Hello, Zach Taft. Good morning, Blitzball. Good morning, Bob Falkenstein. Hello, Valerian. Hello, Loner. Hello, Trax here. I sure hope so, Von Falkenstein. If I haven't, then I've been missing something somewhere. Up, it's up. Of course you do. Yes, by popular request, we have gone with Knight Enchanter. Oh yeah, I 100%ed it this morning while I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition. Just smashed the whole game out, unlocked everybody, did every ending twice.
There must be something here.
Good morning, Doom Rider. At the moment, all we have is knight points. I will be getting another point somewhere once I have another level, which of course I do not have. Hello, Anguishborn. But if it's not obvious, I have given up into the inevitable. I am now running around being bored.
I think Blackwell would have liked to have been here for this.
Well, that sucks to be him, doesn't it? Because I can't change party members on the fly. No, that was actually yesterday, Dark Rain. We streamed yesterday anyways. This looks extremely climbable. No, I actually forgot this game even had jumping puzzles, if you could call them that. So, in case you're wondering what we're doing, we need power to progress the game. So we're sweeping. So I put on some Star Trek and zoned out. And I've been doing this for about an hour, a little over an hour at this point. We finished the Cold Mire. Actually, that's not true. In fact, here, let's go check something. We actually do not have enough power to progress, believe it or not. We need the war score thing. I also need 17,000 gold. At least. It's okay, I looked up a place where you can go... Oh, speaking of which. So I've decided to do something.
Worship.
So I did this earlier as well. I'm going to do this now. I mean, it doesn't really matter, Playable. We have to do everything anyway, so... We're going... Even if we spent it on MSQ stuff, we would still have to then spend it on side stuff. But either way, we're going to go gather coin once. There we go.
Let us begin.
And that... I'll go and check the timer. Yep. In about an hour, we can do that again. Without cheating. If you send Josephine, it's 48 minutes per gather coin. No, I don't need that. What do I need? What do I need? What am I doing? What am I doing? Right, that's what I'm doing. Back to doing side crap that nobody wants me to do. Except for everybody who funded this run. Oh no, we're done here. We're done there. Oh no, that's what I was going to check. How do I... what button is that? Naturally, that would be a button. Naturally. Surely. That's another thing. Near as I can tell, nowhere indicates your current rep with people. Like, there's no rep bar like there was in the previous games. So it's just kind of... Oh. Yeah, like I said, no actual indicator. And I could be mistaken, but there apparently isn't a way to check for, you know, my current Inquisition level. Anybody? Does anybody know where our Inquisition level is? There is a way to check it. Okay, I'm ready, Blade Tavol. Hit me. I'm ready for it. Because there's only two possible options here. Either it's something stupid, or I'm a moron. It's one of the two. Okay, player menu. Alright, here we are. Player menu. We're here. I'm ready. Ah! Okay, so we have 13 power, which is not enough by half. But we need another 810 Inquisition level influence to get what I actually need. Okay, cool. Cool. Thank you, Dark Prince Revan, very, very much. But yeah, I realized, since this game is, let's be honest with ourselves, functionally designed like an MMO, while we're doing these long, boring, sloggy sections of just doing random gameplay overworld zones, I should do as much of that off camera as possible. I just started doing that this morning. That's my fault. I apologize. I should have been doing that this whole time. But yeah, that's how we're going to approach that henceforth. And I'll put that towards Ace Combat 4, Batman Streamations, and Dragon's Dogma. Thank you, as always, Dark Prince Revan. Okay, so, Go back to the hinterlands. Yes, to here. So Dorian, Iron Ball, and Barrack. Sure, whatever. Maybe at some point, Pika. It would be interesting to see if they formally confirm the guess that at this point I am very certain of. But I don't think they will. I'm looking forward to an AM5 system. I'm sorry. TMA. TMA.
Inquisitor.
Ah. That's not even on my radar right now. I'm staring at the possibility of having to drop about $20,000 on a surgery sometime in my near future. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about financially. So that's not even on my radar at all. Comes first. I don't know. I'd kind of rather have the 20 grand than my health, to be honest with you. Like, at a certain point, you have to think about it from the perspective of, is it worth $20,000 for me to continue being alive? Or is there something better I could be putting that to good use for, right? Go to Canada for the surgery instead. It has been suggested, although Mexico is more commonplace for that. Oh, it could actually go above that 5. Depends on how much the hospital decides to bill me. The surgery itself would be somewhere around 13,000-ish. The CT scan necessary to even start the surgery would be about 2,000. The miscellaneous stuff around it would probably be a couple of thousand. Because there's always all those miscellaneous things, right? And then, of course, yeah, I was just thinking that one right now. And then, of course, there's the hospital stay, which is always the biggest by far of all of the bills. And since it would be inpatient surgery, there would be at least one night at the hospital. And every night in the hospital is extraordinarily expensive. Like, I sometimes think some people don't actually realize how expensive it is to stay in a hospital. Let's do... No, I could manage to go in on my own. Yeah, there's another scam I could talk about. Insurance. I think most people don't realize just how scummy health insurance actually is. No judgment from that statement, I just think most people don't really process it. That's a good question, Umbral Magnus, but I'm leaning towards no. The party AI isn't what I would call good, because you lack the customization options, but that also doesn't make it bad. As I say, I don't know if there's anything polemic about Unity, but Polemic Day isn't really about that. Let's be honest with ourselves. Polemic Day is about just Q&A discussion, right? Like, it's the day where we just talk all day. We could do it right now because it's not like we got anything else going on. But, you know, people aren't expecting it today, so... I don't know, Pika. I mean, that's kind of your call, not mine. Unity is trying to be either self-sabotaging, envelope-pushing, or scummy. Take your pick. Not mutually exclusive, of course. You know the best part about us still being in the Hinterlands? Most of the zones we've done a decent job of sweeping. Like the Mire, we only have one quest left there. You know how many quests we have left in Hinterlands? 14. Your guess is as good as mine, Blatable. Knowing how this entire run has been going, I'm probably doing something wrong somewhere, which is a combination of the game's fault and my fault. Because that's how that usually is. The game doesn't present information particularly well, and I'm a moron, so between those two facts combined, we are Captain Planet. Okay, we already got this.
Milo.
Ridiculous. No, Act. I don't know anything about the individual. I've also been rather studiously looting all morning. Yes, Svatoslav. They're chopping my head off. It's going to be really quick, and it's going to fix every medical problem I have. Just like that. Why are you attacking me? Are you stupid? You have no idea who I am? I guess it's possible. Yeah, also, not to put too fine a point on it, but as much as everybody likes to jump into Unity, plenty of big companies use Unity too. It's not the indie engine. It's just the easy engine. You know? As I mentioned yesterday. Yeah, quite a decent number of AAA games use Unity. Alright, super brief summary on what's going on with Unity. Unity is trying to do something that would absolutely destroy itself as an engine in order to try and gain a small amount of money in the short term, which would absolutely destroy Unity as an engine in the long term, assuming it even worked at all, which it probably wouldn't. That's the super summary. The specifics, unfortunately, require a little bit more going into, because that would involve actually looking at the updated documents they have, which are, as usual, filled with more bullcrap than they really need to be. The long and the short of it is they are trying to charge substantially more, not just for Unity itself, but for the way Unity is utilized. In a way that, for example, just random example here, would mean that if you have a game which uses the Unity engine on, say, the Game Pass, which there's quite a few of, by the way, every time someone tries to access one of those games via the Game Pass, which I remind you is functionally a rental service in practical application, they would then charge for that rental. Each rental. That's... yeah, I don't know what else to add. That's where that's at. Now, you might say, there's no way they could get away with that. No, they totally could. That's not really the issue at play here. The issue is what the consequences would be of them succeeding in doing that. I mean, I don't... hey, we got some Unity. Or influence. Unity influence. Have I given a negative for the pulse feature yet? I'm giving a negative for the pulse feature. What do we put that under? No, it's not really RIP Indie. I know that sounds awful, but you gotta understand, like... yeah, the search feature. What do I put that under? Because, like, having that kind of a ping thing isn't necessarily a terrible idea. Except in practical application, it's awful. And it was just much better in the previous games where you could just hold down a button and see stuff that's interactable, you know? Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm trying to think. I guess because it's kind of like the range is too short, the pulse is also too short. Like, you pulse, and it shows up, but it goes away after only a few seconds. If you could be, like, a larger range, and it stays for longer, I don't think I would have any issues with it. Where's the negative? Remind me, Jesse's Mask. I believe you, but what's the... give me the number. There it is. Negative number 11. Still doesn't have a category, so let's call that... I think I'm actually going to put that under quality of life. Or rather, absence thereof. Because it feels like the opposite of a quality of life change, right? Why are you... So, for those of you who didn't hear me say it yesterday, Unity is not a good engine. That's the nicest way I can put that. The thing is, Unity is a very well-used engine. And the reason that's significant is if you want to do something with Unity, you probably can. The reason why is because someone's probably already done it. And as a consequence thereof, you can go have information access there too to figure out how to get done what you need to get done. It's an engine with good infrastructure, not a good engine. There's a distinction there. Yeah, this is 3 streams in a row where I've pointed this out. It keeps coming up. It's not like we have anything else to talk about. Got it. Okay. I don't know if I'd say Unity is pretty easy to use or Access. That I like, and if you're looking at all the engines, I would say it's like middle of the road for that. There are easier engines to use, and there are more accessible engines to use than Unity. Like I said, the reason everyone uses Unity is because you can just jump on Unity, and there you go. You're good. Godot is an engine I myself have been wanting to spend more time looking into and just haven't really had the time to do so. I've heard nothing but good things about it, though. Yeah, Godot, there's only two engines I've personally would be working with right now, assuming I somehow had the infinite time required to do so, and Godot is one of them. I've been thinking about using those kind of engines just to do the rewrites. Essentially use them as a cinematic creator.
You get that thing I asked about?
It should be there next time we head back to base. Not easy to find, by the way.
How do you guys live without this stuff?
I don't see what the deal is, honestly, but different tastes.
Now I just need some hot milk and some of those Orlesian guimauves to put in it.
Hey, what you do with this cocoa is up to you. I don't need to hear about it.
Anyways, yeah, the other's Unreal. That is correct. Unreal has its own bundle of problems, but it's still a very legit engine. So, you know, it is a tempting engine. By the way, that's the first banter I've heard today. I'm pretty sure we can officially say it is still bugged. Reminder, I've been playing for about an hour and 40 minutes now. Yeah, at least we're getting banter at all. Although I have yet to get any Dorian and the Iron Bull banter, which is making me sad. Like, I keep bringing those two into my party, and they keep not talking to each other. Go kiss, damn it! My livelihood relies on you two smooching, so go do it. Yeah, let's loot some stone right next to some red dirt. That sounds safe. I love that Varric gets more rep for being there for that, for no gosh darned reason. Yeah, I've looked a little bit into ripping the Pixel remasters myself, because it's something I don't want to say I need to do, but it's something that would have made a lot of things a lot smoother with regards to putting together the visual side of the rewrites. I quickly gave up on that. The way that they store those tiles is worse than it was in the SNES version. Nicest way to put that. And I should know, I've ripped the tiles from the SNES version. It's fine, Svatoslav. Here, I got you some bread, which I baked with lyrium put into the wheat. Enjoy. Just for you. Oh, see, I was ripping the files, Darkrai. Because I'm a
There must be something here.
moron.
I think Blackwall would have liked to have been here for this.
Sucks to be him. Oh, do they? They didn't last I checked, Fife, which was admittedly a few months ago. Oh, no, no, no. Eh. So it looks like they have started ripping the stuff for Spreader's resource, but they have not. No, they're not there yet. That's unfortunate. Makes sense though, as I just elucidated upon. Ripping them is kind of a pain. I don't care that you're smuggling lyrium. Just so you know. Could you kill that, please? Thank you. Well, here's hoping it's what you need / want, Mr. Red. You know, at this point, I might as well just co-stream the direct while doing this. And a bear!
One less problem for Cassandra to worry about. One down!
Hang on, hang on. It's the 14th, right? Yep, this is it. Hang on, give me a second. It's kind of formatted weird. Well, we have given in to the enchanter side of the Force. Which is why you're seeing that. I mean, why not, right? I could just put it here. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to be missing anything. But I will get rid of it for right now. Yeah, there's a direct in 15 minutes or so. Okay. Yeah, let's go do this stuff. True enough, turn Prince Revan. Yeah, it's like, you know what? If you're gonna keep giving me a sword, fine. I'll wield a hilt, which I then enchant with my own magic. Up, maybe? Yep, this is up. Hi, I'm here to kill you. Would you stop chanting evil stuff? It's very unbecoming. I mean, that would be pretty cool, actually, Jesse's best. Like, imagine Mass Effect, I guess 5. Mass Effect 5 comes out. It's like, hey, brand new spec, and it's just the Mercy Dagger spec. See if we can handle one of these at this point. Like, we're a little bit stronger than last time, so you never know. They're not Skull, although that is a Rage Demon. Oh yeah, feel that. There we go. That took like 4 seconds. Did you see that? 4 seconds to actually attack that thing. God, we move so slowly in combat. Oh, yeah, we need a self-impaling staff that turns us into a harvester. Well, it's actually really, really simple. Back in the day, NVIDIA was better for rendering, whereas AMD was better for gaming. Now, that hasn't been true for a long time, but I never really stopped doing it because, ultimately, I never had any reason to stop doing it. That's it. That's the reason. What am I in combat with? Why are you... Enjoy the death, weirdo. You'll hear it if it's time for the direct. It's actually live over there. It just hasn't started yet. So far, yes, Jesse's Mask. That was such a weird negative to give.
Watch out!
You know, that's actually a fair point, Blade Jim. I hadn't thought about that. Suppose that's egg on my face. Again.
The Venatori. So wonderful to see old friends.
Yeah, Jack isn't the only one who's overcompetent in cutscenes, but Jack's probably the worst one. You know what's funny? When we get to Breath of Fire 3, I think we'll be giving that same negative.
Up ahead. That's the camp of our mysterious friends, unless I'm mistaken.
Hello! Yes! Hi! Yes, I'm here to have a chat with my sword in your face. It's nothing personal, I just want you dead. Any questions? Honestly, yeah, Act. I don't mind competency. In fact, I rather enjoy competency in my characters. But there is such a thing as going too far with it. Obviously, I suppose. So we were talking about giving negatives for overcompetency. Breath of Fire 3. And you know what I'm referencing. I'm not going to spoil it, but you know what I'm referencing. What's funny is that particular trope is semi-uncommon in RPGs. But I think it became infamous because several PS1 RPGs all did the exact same damn thing. Well, I mean, the example that we've given already for overcompetency is Mass Effect 2. Where in cutscenes, you know, the characters are suddenly super amazing, ultra death doom, total badass destructo, destroy a train with your bare hands! Okay, and then back to gameplay. Magus is kind of like that, but would not get that negative. I've actually thought about that. And you're probably thinking, why? Because unlike most games that pull that particular trick, they actually bother to explain that Magus has been completely drained of his power prior to him joining your party. Like, it's an unavoidable cutscene. It's not even like some little side thing or anything like that. It's right front and center. Also, he's kind of a total badass even when he does join your party. So, but point remaining. Is that in? Oh, looks like
Odd that
that's
the
in.
Fereldans would invite the rebel mages into their country. They had to know it would bring the fighting here.
Good morning, Dark Day. That's how it's going, right there. You know, I can't tell what's sadder. The fact that I'm doing so much more damage, or the fact that I can barely tell. I just hit this guy for 1,200 damage. And he's just like, yep. What? Hey, watch this. Damn, 1,040 damage. Just in the face. Apparently these are elite enemies. I'm going to ask a very stupid question. How can you tell? Yeah, we needed Varric to gain rep with him, and we needed Dorian and, you know, the Iron Bull so they could have sex. Ranjit got many negatives for that. Yes, Umbral Magnus. Because Ranjit is garbage. Whoops, wrong button. Oh god, that would be the worst kind of scaling. Oh, you're doing more damage? The enemies have more health now. Why? I'm not saying this game does that. I'm saying that would suck. That's actually a good point. It does say it's an elite mob here. And now that's strange. Did you see how it has a different icon there? Okay, it has a different icon here, too. But it didn't have that icon earlier. So I'm guessing this guy's elite, which makes me wonder, what were the other guys? I was gonna say, this is apparently what the game considers an elite. What are you doing? Yeah, no, that would make sense, Blitcherville. I am curious if it does have a concept of golds or silvers or whatever they call them in this game. Let me grab this first. No, Dark Day, no! Thank you, Dark Day. Very much. There's our Tindarion. Ugh. I apparently cannot alt-tab. Wait, hang on. Maybe if I trick it. Nope. Oh, well, whatever. Because it would amuse me to play triple. Because this game is WoW Vanilla. That's why. Because this game is WoW Vanilla. I think you know the answer to that, Pika. So, StarCraft, God of War 4, and Dragon Quest 11. Thank you, as always, Dark Day, very much. And, I mean, this really does put a highlight on... Yeah, I could be doing streaminations while doing this. This game really does put a highlight on why I don't like WoW Vanilla, but also why it's so understandable why people do like WoW Vanilla. And as I complained about yesterday, it's so frustrating because the game isn't that bad. I know the score doesn't seem to be following up on that, but no, I stand by that. If this game was a bad game, I wouldn't be nearly as irritated, as weird as that sounds. I'd just be like, oh wow, this sucks. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yeah, no, the story score hasn't really updated because a lot of that is in debate for how many positives it's going to be. Like, that is what it is. Even WoW Vanilla would probably have a net positive story score. Now that might be true, Jesse's Mask. But of course, that's not what a review is, so here we are. Oh, jeez. Why? The Rumman. And there's actually several zones in WoW Vanilla that are pretty decent. Most of them after you get past the hell levels. Once you get past the hell levels, you have the Blasted Lands, you have Western Plague Lands, you have Eastern Plague Lands. And arguably Ungoro, but that's kind of, oh. Wow, that's loud. So, Splatoon. Cool, cool. Haven't actually played Splatoon 3 yet, so I don't have much to say about this. Looks very, portal-y. In a wonderfully terrifying way. Yep, nope, that's appropriately terrifying. Actually, I'm getting some Nier Automata vibes. I take that back. Oops. Interesting. Ah. Okay, got it. It's a roguelite mode. Yeah. You put in... That's actually kind of cool, though, the customization thing there. You know, you decide which mutators exist on the upcoming floor, kind of a thing.
Hello everyone, I'm Shinya Takahashi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct. You just saw a new trailer for Wave 2 of the Splatoon 3 Expansion Pass DLC, Side Order.
Too loud, too quiet.
The story is set in the Spire of Order, where you'll strengthen your character's abilities as you ascend the Spire's floors. We're developing this single-player DLC so it can be played over and over again.
Yeah, I get it. It's a roguelite.
Planned to release in spring 2024, so please look forward to it.
Interesting.
Okay, let's see our first batch of Nintendo Switch headlines.
The toys are back in town.
Oh, I haven't played those games in forever. That was like Game Boy Advance.
Mario.
Remember these?
The rivalry that heated up on the Game Boy Advance system reignites on the Nintendo Switch system. With his eyes on the prize, Donkey Kong has stolen all the mini Mario toys from the factory. And it's up to Mario to track him down.
Yeah, the puzzle games.
Each stage,
They were pretty good.
and other
If you ever have a chance, I recommend them. They're legit.
observation and action are vital to your success. Mario needs to reach the key, but he can't quite cross the gap. That monkey's tail looks a little suspicious, though, doesn't it? If Mario does this, now he can get across and safely grab the key. Platform too high? Reach it with a handstand jump or a backflip, like that. Observe and act to collect mini Marios, clear stages, and face Donkey Kong head on. In this updated version of the game, you can play with a friend in local co-op.
But not online.
Choose to puzzle your way through. It's up to you to recover the toys. Mario vs. Donkey Kong launches on Nintendo Switch February 16th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop. Save the prince and the world.
Speaking of games that have been delayed,
Guide Sargon as he sets off to save the Prince of Persia and restore the world's balance. Tapping into the roots of the Prince of Persia series, this game features 2D, side-scrolling action-adventure gameplay. Dash through breathtaking environments in a mythological, Persian-inspired world. But don't linger too long if you hope to survive. Harness sword and bow techniques, as well as time powers, to best these hostile lands.
I've already commented on this game. That's why I'm not saying anything.
Sargon will grow stronger and learn new abilities that expand his arsenal. Equip amulets to further boost your abilities, among other perks. The number of amulets you can equip is limited though, so choose wisely. Use everything at your disposal to navigate this harsh world and defeat the mythical beasts that stand in your way. Get ready to save the prince and discover the mysteries of Mount Kaf. When Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown launches on the Nintendo Switch system January 18th. You can receive the in-game Warrior Within outfit by pre-ordering the game from Nintendo eShop.
Yeah, that's a we'll see game. I agree, Darkrai. It looks interesting though.
You chase your passions. Rev up for true arcade racing in Horizon Chase 2. Speed
Nope.
through stunning environments.
Flat
each with
nope.
its own dynamic art style while overtaking your rivals on the road. Play the main campaign to unlock vehicles, courses, and more. You can also upgrade your vehicle and style it to fit your high-octane needs. Itching for more racing action? Up to 4 speedsters can put the pedal to the metal in couch co-op or online.
Oh, and to answer you, I'm not really interested in couch co-op at this point in my life. It's nice, but online co-op's kind of where it's at. Especially since even if I wanted to play a game with someone right next to me, I could do that.
Rhythm-based adventure. Time your
Online.
button presses with the music to solve puzzles and battle bosses. Over 30 thrilling tracks await, including music from iconic Konami games.
which is probably going to get his copy wrong.
Fans can battle it out in versus modes or jam together in local or online play. Super Crazy Rhythm Castle launches on Nintendo Switch November 14th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
Probably no immediately.
Forger has a new assignment from school, creating a photo diary. On weekdays, you'll head to class, then enjoy family time in the evenings. On days off, you can visit all sorts of exciting places, like the beach or an art museum, in search of subjects to photograph. How will you spend your time with friends and family? And what kind of photo diary will you help Anya make?
Game.
Spy Anya.
There you go.
Operation Memories
Jesus.
launches on Nintendo Switch next year. Mario's first RPG adventure returns.
I mean, woo, but it's just a
The
port.
Super Mario RPG game is back
Oh,
with
fine,
updated
remaster.
graphics. Let's go over some new and returning gameplay
I
features.
say, did you actually change anything?
Time your button presses with action commands to increase damage dealt or decrease damage received. When you time your attacks perfectly, you can now damage all enemies at once.
Interesting. So that's
Every
new.
successful action command will fill this gauge.
That's also new.
When it's full, you can unleash the 3-character triple move. Depending on your current party, the move will change, so experiment with different combos. During your adventure, you'll encounter bosses with colorful personalities. After clearing the game, you can fight some of them again. But
What?
these powered-up bosses aren't gonna be easy.
Okay.
Set off for adventure with Mario and Friends when Super Mario RPG launches on the Nintendo Switch system November.
I mean, I'll
7th.
probably pick it up just to have a modern version of SMRPG.
Now on Nintendo eShop.
What the hell is this nonsense?
Hey. Look alive. We're almost there.
The Nintendo DS game Trace Memory returns on the Nintendo Switch system as another code to memories. One day, a young girl named Ashley receives a letter from the father she thought had passed away. Seeking answers, she sets off for the solitary Blood Edward Island in search of him. Once there, Ashley encounters puzzles and obstacles that hinder her investigation.
You?
See me?
She also meets a mysterious boy.
Like, I'm sorry, do you speak English or do you just speak in gasps?
And no matter how hard I try,
Oh, she said something.
I remember Dad's face.
Holy crap.
Who are you?
The sequel, Another Code R, Journey into Lost Memories, previously unreleased in North America, is also included.
So this is like Juliet, huh?
Play both games to experience the full story. Unwrap
Nah, I'm good.
both adventures, fully enhanced for
Thanks.
Nintendo Switch when Another
Stop
Code...
running from me. Oh my god, die.
Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
Another Code Recollection includes 2 games, the Nintendo DS game Trace Memory and its Wii sequel which was never released in North America. Both games are fully enhanced on Nintendo Switch. Please look forward to playing them early next year. Next, please take a look at this.
Oh, is this the Peach game?
One day, a loyal toad presented a flyer advertising a show at the Sparkle Theater. Princess Peach and some toads went to go see it. But then,
It was a trap. From
Wicked Grape and the Sour Bunch suddenly made their
whatever that is.
and took center stage. Now, it's up to Peach and the theater's guardian Stella to save the play and the day. This perfect performance has become a terrible tragedy. luckily, Peach can use the power of Stella's ribbon to face off against the Sour Bunch.
Okay.
The ribbon alone won't always cut it, though. So let's do this. Whoa! Peach transformed into Sword Fighter Peach. By transforming, she can use fantastic show-stopping abilities. Fend off the Sour Bunch with sensational swordplay.
Peach Kirby?
Can Peach save this performance and its performers?
That doesn't sound bad, actually.
No one chose to save. Valuable artifacts from this museum have gone missing. Become Detective Peach, investigate clues, and track down who done it. Desserts have been snatched from this sweets festival. Turn into Patissiere Peach and save it from a sugar crash.
What?
The Sour Bunch got their hands on this martial arts school. Become Kung Fu Peach and take it back from these foul fiends.
Actually, yeah, I'm getting some Luigi's Mansion vibes here.
Preparations are just behind the curtain. The stage is set. Our leading lady is ready for the spotlight.
It's kind of bundle of minigamey, but not in a bad way.
Showtime makes its debut on Nintendo Switch
March
22nd. Pre-orders
Interesting.
begin today on Nintendo eShop.
That was a new look at Princess Peach Showtime. In Peach's latest adventure, the gameplay changes depending on her transformations. It looks like there are more transformations beyond the ones we showed today, so please stay tuned. Let's continue with some more headlines.
A new saga begins. A multi-layered RPG full of rich stories awaits in Saga Emerald Beyond.
Is this actually a new saga? Oh, wow.
To choose from. A young man who fights with sentient puppets. A witch disguised as a schoolgirl to mask her identity. A crime-fighting duo chasing down a mysterious organization. A songstress mech who lost her voice and body. And a king of darkness who was recently reawakened. Select a hero, then follow their journey through 17
that sounds like Saga.
as they strive to achieve.
I was gonna say, the last saga was the one on the PS1, wasn't it?
The story unfolds is in your hands. The choices you make can unlock different.
I'm guessing the financial success of Octopath Traveler led to them going ahead and restarting the series. Because for those of you not aware, Octopath Traveler is a saga game in all but name.
Turn order is crucial to victory. Use special techniques to control the order of actions, or activate team combos to swing the tide of battle in your favor.
You're right, I tend to forget about PS2 Unlimited.
On Nintendo Switch next year. The legendary Raider returns. The first 3 Tomb Raider games, all with upgraded visuals, are venturing onto Nintendo Switch in one daring collection.
Cool.
As the fearless archaeologist,
Always in favor of ports.
you'll travel the world and face off against deadly foes and even deadlier legends. Climb, backflip, and swan dive through perilous quests spanning different countries and mythologies. Along the way, you'll solve puzzles to uncover treasures of the ancient world and unravel mysteries lost to the ravages of time. This faithfully remastered trilogy comes with all of the expansions and secret levels for each game. You can also toggle between the original polygon look and the upgraded visuals at any time. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered, starring Lara Croft, launches on the Nintendo Switch system February 14th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo
Yeah,
eShop.
even ports have to be good, so fingers crossed on that.
This detective's got a second bolt of brilliance.
Every great detective starts their day early.
This is Rhyme City, a place where humans and Pokemon coexist. The detective duo of Pikachu and his partner Tim investigate various cases, while searching for Harry, Tim's missing father. Tim interviews people. Pikachu interviews Pokemon, and they find the truth together. They'll also rely on other Pokemon to broaden the scope of their investigations. Follow scents with Growlithe. Smash rocks with Darmanitan. And peer through walls with Luxray. Can Tim and Pikachu solve all the mysteries and find Harry?
No.
Find out when Detective Pikachu returns. Launches on Nintendo Switch October 6th. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop. This game's a real toot. Raise your brass for the quirky rhythm game, Trombone Champ. Play the notes in time with the music as best you can. But how you play that horn is up to you. You can use gyro controls to adjust the pitch up and down. Or the IR motion camera on the right Joy-Con controller. The controls are pretty unique, and mastering every control scheme won't be a walk in the park. Honk your way through nearly 50 songs spanning various genres, from classical to electronica and everything in between. Plus, up to 4 musicians can band together in local multiplayer. Trombone Champ slides onto Nintendo Switch later today.
You're welcome.
Battle your way to victory in these Nintendo Switch games.
I mean, don't I do that in every game?
10 teams of 3 will duke it out for survival in this online battle royale brawler.
Yes.
Knock your opponent's health down to 0 and deliver a finishing blow, or shove them off the collapsing terrain to win. Choose from 15 heroes, each inspired by a different mythology. Work with your allies to be the last team standing. Battle Crush is free to play and launches first for consoles.
Yeah, not exactly being blown away here, right?
A closed beta test will be available this
It's okay, we've gotten a lot of hinterlands done in the background.
Your mercenaries to fame and fortune in this open world tactical RPG.
War Tales is on the list, I think. It's a game, or at least it's on my list.
To vanquishing the
That's the one I'm
land's
thinking of it.
notorious figures. Before battle, equip your
AK.
mercenaries with the best gear and skills to claim victory and live to see.
Join us, Kay. Join us in glorious celebration of Nintendo.
And journey together across this.
Yeah, I saw that it's from NC Soft. That's terrible.
Launches as a timed console exclusive on Nintendo Switch later today. Run and gun in this reimagining of the beloved NES classic, Contra. Through explosive stages with a devastating arsenal of weapons to crush the Red Falcon forces.
That could be good, but I remember the last Contra game, and it was not what I would call a good game.
This reimagining from Konami and Way Forward features new weapons, enemies, powerful super attacks, and a 4-player co-op mode.
Is it online co-op?
Operation Galuga storms onto the Nintendo Switch system early next year. Liberate your kingdom. Reclaim your destiny.
Okay.
'Tis a grievous tale which speaks of Fevrith, one of stolen destiny, stolen minds, and stolen nations. Yet as the world stands consumed by immense evil, a fallen prince shall rise again. Ring of legend.
I thought this was supposed to be a video game, not real life.
That is the Ring of the Unicorn, ancestral treasure of Cornia's royal lineage. Legend speaks of your ancestors wielding it to purify evil.
Is this Ogre Battle?
The answer is clear as day now. The path before us is laid bare, and all that remains now is to walk it. Walk it I will, Mother.
Freely traverse an expansive world. Gather new allies, forge your bonds, and lead the liberation to glorious victory. Cultivate a grand army with over 60 unique characters, from humans and elves to massive beasts and heavenly angels.
Today marks our first foray into the mists of despair which hang heavy over our home. It may take days, months, or even years, but I shall see the duties of my bloodline fulfilled.
Atlas and Vanillaware present the rebirth of tactical fantasy RPGs. Unicorn Overlord. Available March 8th, 2024.
So, Ogre Battle spiritual successor. And yeah, they did Tactics Ogre Reborn, so that tracks. I've heard about this, and I'm probably buying this the day it comes out. Luigi's Mansion 2 is console locked. So, I think it's 2.
Luigi's Mansion 2 HD.
Yeah, get that off the 3DS.
Welcome to Evershade Valley, a place that's screaming and teeming with the supernatural. Luigi, our faint-of-heart hero, was sent here to check it out. Time for some mansion mayhem. No spooky adventure is complete without this vacuum-like device.
Now, it won't be nearly as good as 3, but you know.
Use it to light up dark areas, vacuum up objects, and interact with the environment. It's a handy tool for your paranormal escapades. Plus, when you spot a ghost, pop! You can stun them with the strobe bulb, then vacuum them up.
We done here?
You can even grab multiple ghosts at once. In this game, you'll find ghosts haunting, a former plant research lab, a broken-down clock factory that's full of sand, a mine covered in ice and snow, and even more places. These troublemakers will use every trick in the book to block your path. Can Luigi summon his courage and save the day? Looking for other ghost hunters? Up to 4 players online can do some exercise across different multiplayer modes. Luigi's Mansion 2 HD creeps onto Nintendo Switch next summer.
Really?
How was that? Next, we have 2 announcements to share. First, please take a look at this video. What's that? It's a large question block. Actually, this question block currently appears on the roof of the previously announced Nintendo Gallery that's under construction in Uji City, Kyoto Prefecture. The official name of this gallery will be the Nintendo Museum. At the Nintendo Museum, a wide variety of Nintendo products from the company's history will be displayed. Construction is going well, and we plan to finish up by March 2024. We'll share more information, such as the opening date, at another time. Please stay tuned. Next, we'd like to share some updates on upcoming Amiibo figures. The Zelda and Ganondorf Amiibo figures are releasing on November 3rd. And Amiibo figures of Noah and Mio from the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 game will be released as a set on January 19th, 2024. And finally, we have a new Amiibo figure to announce. The DLC fighter from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Sora from Kingdom Hearts, is on the way. With the release of Sora, everyone is here from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate in Amiibo form. Please look forward to its release next year. That's all for today's Amiibo announcements. Next, please take a look at this.
No. No.
The first F-Zero game. returns as a 99-player battle royale.
Aww.
F-Zero
Mean. That's mean.
on classic F-Zero courses with machines from the original Super NES game. Tear through courses in high-speed races, but be careful. Your power meter will decrease if you crash into pilots or guardrails. If it hits 0, you're out. You'll need to avoid collisions and conserve your power meter to stay in the race. Feeling risky? Spend some of your power meter for a temporary speed boost. You can also collect super sparks, which appear when machines collide, to boost up to a special path called the Skyway. It's your best chance at bypassing your rivals and jumping into a higher position. Complete goals while you're racing to unlock cosmetic options for your machine.
I mean, neat and all. I liked Tetris 99 and I liked Mario 99, but like, come on. That's just mean.
99 players, 1 winner. It's time to race your way to first place. Because F-Zero 99 will be available exclusively for active Nintendo Switch Online members later today.
More than 30 years after its original release, F-Zero is back as a battle royale game.
Great.
This title also supports the Super NES controller available exclusively for Nintendo Switch Online members. We hope you will give it a try and aim for first place.
Probably not.
Okay, let's continue with some more headlines.
One little hero, one humongous problem. Welcome to Vandal City, a whimsical land inhabited by small fuzzy beings called Yordles. After a party gets a little too wild, the portals holding the land together collapse and throw everything into chaos. It's up to you and your knitting magic to stitch Vandal City back together. Journey across the land to gather materials and craft items and meals for the locals. As you continue gathering and crafting, you can weave together new upgrades by unlocking more branches of the skill tree. Enchant your experience even further by embarking on quests and hosting festivals for the community. Can you save Vandal City? And what mysteries will you discover during your magical adventure? Vandal Tale, a League of Legends story, launches on Nintendo Switch next year. Wait, did you hear that? Join best friends, Nunu and Willem, on a journey across the frozen wilds of the Freljord. Jump, climb, and sled your way through a beautiful yet treacherous land, where every step taken and each puzzle solved will bring you closer to the truth about these friends and their past. Song of Nunu, a League of Legends story, launches on the Nintendo Switch system November 1st. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop. Let's move into Formation.
A trip with these chumps doesn't feel like a prize.
Greetings! Welcome to the island.
This tropical resort contains tons of microgames that'll get your body moving. In each microgame, you'll get into a specific pose called a form. Copy the form shown, then perform the correct action as quick as you can.
Hand model.
The microgames will come one after another, so look alive. Plus, up to 4 players can battle it out in party mode. Reach the goal without getting caught by Medusa.
Freeze!
Or settle the score in an arena to be the last one posing. With over 200 lightning-fast microgames and multiplayer modes aplenty, everyone's in for a wacky time. WarioWare Move It launches on the Nintendo Switch system November 3rd. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop. A heroic tale will soon unfold.
Huh.
Lead an army of over 100 heroes into battle and put an end to an empire's invasion.
Could you say there's 108?
Noah, a humble villager.
Sorry.
Sane, an officer from the Empire. And Marissa, a forest guardian. These three band together to fight for a common goal. On their journey, they'll meet a variety of heroes who can join their cause. This is your home base, known as the headquarters. As allies join you, additional facilities will become available. You'll be able to tend crops, open shops, and more. Each hero you encounter has their own backstory and motivation. They may not always get along at first, but these conflicts may strengthen the bonds between your heroes. Trust, betrayal, justice, and truth. A heroic tale will begin when Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes launches on Nintendo Switch, April 23rd. Participate in some pixel-perfect play. Next stop, Octopia. Travel to a charming parallel world in this paid DLC for Eastward. Help Sam and John turn the pages of a new chapter as they adjust to country life in a mountainside village. Tend to livestock, whip up culinary delights for your neighbors, and restore buildings to help the village thrive. And if you're new to Eastward, don't worry. You can access the DLC even if you haven't played the main story. Eastward Octopia ventures onto Nintendo Switch this holiday. Get back into the groove. In this sequel to War Groove, charge across 3 tactical campaigns with valiant factions, including a new Mousefolk faction, the Fari. Plus, you can now supercharge your commander's groove to unleash devastating attacks. Lead a roguelike offensive in Conquest mode. Battle friends locally or online. Or create and share your own cutscenes and campaigns. War Groove 2 marches onto Nintendo Switch as a console exclusive October 5th.
Get out of my way!
Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop. Dive and catch fish by day. Then serve them as sushi by night.
My brother-in-law just finished 100%ing this game. He spoke quite positively about it.
Use the fish you've caught to concoct recipes and create the day's menu. Then tend to the clamoring customers at your sushi restaurant. Explore an ever-changing underwater world to find the best ingredients and strive to exceed culinary expectations. Dave the Diver launches first for consoles on the Nintendo Switch system October 26th. Pre-orders and a free demo swim onto Nintendo eShop later today. The final wave is racing in. Here's a sneak peek at Wave 6, the final wave of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass DLC. From the Mario Kart Wii game, Daisy Circuit. More returning characters are also being added in Wave 6. From the Mario Kart Double Dash game, Diddy Kong. From Mario Kart Wii, Funky Kong. And from the Mario Kart Tour game, Pauline. And also, Key Jet. Wave 6 of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass DLC for the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe game drives onto Nintendo Switch this holiday. Active Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack members can enjoy this DLC at no additional cost. The DLC can also be purchased on its own. Something new is among us.
Okay.
This new map for Among Us is free and launches this October.
What did you think? Thanks for sticking with us this far. Next up, we'd like to recap some of the previously announced Nintendo titles you can look forward to playing from September onwards. Let's take a look.
Yeah, that was kind of a nothing burger for me. I hope you all saw at least something that was interesting.
We hope you're looking forward to these upcoming titles. This next video will be our last announcement. Please take a look.
What? See, I know that song anywhere. I've done a theater of this game. In fact, this game is actually funded, and I held off on it because there were rumors of a remaster. Specifically Paper Mario 2. I'm too familiar with this game. I can recognize everything on my screen right now. Why are people dead? Jesus, what happened? Pause, pause. Get off my screen. Well, next year.
The Thousand-Year Door, originally released on Nintendo GameCube, will return with enhanced graphics. Whether you played the original or have yet to play it, we hope you look forward to experiencing this adventure in a paper world starring Mario and friends. That's all for today's Nintendo Direct. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, it looks like it's a port, which is fine, because for those of you not aware, Paper Mario 2 has been console locked for a very long time. GameCube and nothing else. So, woo, as they say. Okay, let's head this way. I guess I can unmute the game now. Don't worry, we're almost done with the hinterlands again. I have no idea, Act. that's way late. That's this evening. So anyways, we just died to that dragon, but I blamed the Nintendo Direct because the Paper Mario 2 thing distracted me so much that something happened, and I'm not sure what happened, but 2 of my party members died while I wasn't looking. So something killed them, and that was game. So I'm not gonna bother with that again. It's a waste of time. We should actually have enough war score to progress, which we, of course, will not be doing. Yeah, probably just a fireball I didn't dodge or whatever. Or they didn't dodge, who knows. So it was after that heart-pumping action. Behold. Yeah, at some point you guys, not me, are going to have to debate which order we play the Ace Combats in. I don't care. And I obviously don't know.
Might be something here, but it's...
So that's going to be something you guys get to debate. Yeah, the F-Zero thing was just... Don't mistake me. I do like Nintendo's takes on the Battle Royale. I really do. Tetris 99 and Mario 99 were both legitimately inventive, interesting, and fun concepts. But... the last F-Zero game we had was on the GameCube. Yeah, exactly, Ross. There are Mario Wonders coming out later, and Tetris has all kinds of stuff, so it's like, yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. I'm not sure what to make of the Peach game. It's admittedly not what I wanted out of a Peach game, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
I'm surprised it's still standing.
I actually have never played the DS game, but no, I just, you know, want Peach to be Peach.
Between the Mages and Templars.
I know, shocking.
Are you mad? Why must you keep...
Oh, god damn it. Here's a whole other town of stuff to do. Anyways, yes, Ace Combat 5 and 0 are funded. That's not really the issue. The issue is in which order do we play them.
Too many people dying for want of simple herbs. My apologies. Can I help you?
There are refugees at the crossroads who would benefit from a healer.
Of course they would. These attacks by the Templars have endangered countless innocent lives. But if I go to the crossroads to help, I might end up in danger myself. I doubt those refugees would risk their lives for a knife here. Why should I risk mine for them?
The Inquisition welcomes anyone willing to help, human, elf, or otherwise. If you help those refugees, we'll ensure that you're taken care of.
All right. If the Inquisition soldiers are there, I might be safer regardless. I'll see you at the crossroads soon. Just give me a moment to gather my things. Greetings.
Yeah, that's frustrating. There's an influence talent we need to be able to unlock doors. And for some reason, it's a goddamn influence talent. It's an Inquisition perk. That is the third door I've encountered I've not been able to open, and 2 of them have been blocking quest stuff.
The mages and Templars are no longer fighting. It's safer to travel now. We should leave.
This isn't going to go away if we don't talk about it.
Good day.
Rogues cannot unlock that. Don't lie to me. All this crap out of it. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory.
Look around, you stupid boy. The demons are already attacking us out here.
So I want you to pay attention to the left side of the screen here, okay? Now watch the left side of the screen. See that? Requires perk, deft hands, and fine tools. I looked it up. It's an influence perk.
Greetings.
Yeah, I encountered... So there was a quest. One quest. Literally the only quest we didn't do in the other zone. And it required that. So I went Googling to figure out what the hell it was. It's the only thing that's kept us from being done with the mire. Is that goddamn thing. Although we can actually do something about that now. Speaking of which, is there a warp point here? There should be. There isn't, of course. Oh, there we go. Nope, there is a warp point here. Perfect! Right. Sorry, Shadow Machine. Let me go check that. I was distracted. I have to go to the war table, don't I? I'm surprised that's not already on the list. Like, I thought someone would have added it last time they announced it. Well, either way, thank you, Shadow Machine, very, very much. I do appreciate your support, and I will jot that down for Princess Peach Showtime. Wait, seriously, Blade of All? So we may not be able to get it right now? So find out in a second. So we just got an influence level.
Not good enough, but good. We've stopped losing.
Why do these doors exist? Find out in a second how far we technically are down the secrets tree. I think it's secrets. Yep. Yep. Cool. All right. Well, that's awful, Blades of All. It's almost like they were trying to force the Frostbite engine to do balance in a way it couldn't actually do. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I don't want any of this, so we'll just do this, I suppose. If nothing else, that kind of interface, no respec, no refund, no confirmation, that by itself deserves its own negative. Especially given how infrequent Inquisition levels are. That sucks. There it is. What can we get here? Blenderous and Silverate. Nice. No, I need Philanderous.
Inquisitor.
No, I need Philanderous. Okay.
Inquisitor.
We're gonna do this until I get my Philanderous so I can finish this stupid quest. Ugh, okay, fine. Never mind. We'll do it manually. Back over here. Let's do one round to gather coin because it's been well over an hour. In fact, it's been 2 hours, so we're just gonna do 2 here really quick. There we go. Hey, Panka.
Inquisitor.
Scout Harding.
We're on the outskirts of Sarnia. This is what's left of the town. The lucky ones got out before the river froze over. The rest, penned in by Fade Rifts and Red Templars. We're the first friendly face they've seen in a long, long while.
Are you all right? You look a little cold.
Me? Well, it is a touch chilly. My toes are freezing. I'm sorry. You didn't need to know that.
I should look in on the townsfolk, see what they can tell me.
I'm sure they'll appreciate it. The Red Templars have been mounting frequent attacks. They want Emprise du Lion. Bad. Let's get out there and take it back from them.
Inquisitor, if you have a moment.
What is it?
This may be worthwhile.
As if all the cold and snow wasn't gloomy enough.
Oh, how could you have dropped it? Foolish, clumsy girl. Mama trusted the ring to you.
Thank you, Walker. As always. If you happen to know where you want that to go, please let me know.
A boat's seen better days. Goodbye!
That would be funny. Thank you, Eldris.
Hey,
Always appreciate it.
Giant lady with titsicles.
Oh, that's good.
just the one? If you would like to put that up to, towards up to 3 new games to stream, Eldreas, please let me know. And I can put it towards increasing interest in future streams.
It's one of the mages Cassandra is after.
Otherwise, thank you for the support. And none up here either. Guild Wars 1, you got it. We're just farming. I'm also kind of torturing Warcraft code because he keeps insisting on getting this item, which I know is here. And I'm just kind of continuously ignoring him to see how long it takes him to slowly go mad. Yeah, you notice these things die in one hit and drop tier 3 leathers, which sell for a decent amount of gold. We need gold right now. We need tens of thousands of gold. So guess what our life just became? I do need to hydrate, though. Thank you for reminding me. I suppose I... Ooh, okay. Well, time to run.
It's one of the mages Cassandra is after.
Oh god, we're way over here. And that's a bear. Requires the... Why don't we go ahead and bail on this then? I mean, there's no other alternative there, Von Falkenson. We cannot kill these things. They're way above level for us. So the choice here is ignore them and flee or die. As much as I enjoy dying, and God, I wish I could die in real life, fact of the matter is, it doesn't really help the game any. Let's go test something just super quick. Stop saying it when it stops being true.
We had a visitor the other day. Turned out to be a Venatori.
So, how much money can we make off these? 400 gold. Not terrible. That was only a couple of minutes of farming, too.
We fed him to the monster under the floorboards. He made a delightful crunching noise.
I mean, if I want to cheat in gold, I could, Warcraft code. We're currently trying to not, you know, cheat. Well, it's down from 14 quests to 5, so that's something. No. Just realized completely unintentionally we have all 3 classes with us. Yeah, for our first purchase, we need 17,000 gold. We have left the hinterlands.
We look around.
If that's what you mean, Walker. But then we unlocked Redcliffe, which has a whole bunch of new quests. So now we got to finish these up.
We should be getting more refugees soon.
I think we should let them into the village. I'm not sure there's enough food.
The Grey Warden Alistair grew up at Redcliffe. He used to play in the fields outside this very village. And now the boy, who once begged me to make him toy soldiers, rules all of Ferelden.
Tell me about your people.
They say a spirit dwells in a small lake south of the highway. The girls of the village bring it daisies and ask for love, but rarely does it listen. For 'tis a spirit of valor, not love, and it favors blood lotus flowers.
Actually, that's a good point, Blade Javel. No, I have not. So it's interesting you say that, Warcraft Code. My own research indicates that you're extremely wrong! But I'm being serious. I did actually look it up, and it indicated that all 3 give the exact same amount of gold. Or rather, to be more accurate, there is no variance in calculation. The only difference is that Josephine is quicker. And you're probably thinking, well, how did I get so much gold? Well, there are 3 separate things you can do in the game in zones we have not yet unlocked, and each one of those increases the amount of gold you get when you do a Gather Gold mission. One is to clear a gold mine in, I think, the Western Reach. One is something in Empress de Lyon, where we just were, and I forget where the third one is. But all 3 of those zones have something, and that boosts your gold gain.
Long day.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Have you heard? The Inquisition dealt with the rebel Templars. They've been driven away or killed.
See? What did I tell you?
It's not just that. I heard about deaths too. Refugees killed
Okay.
by Templars driven past the point
Senna,
of
my
reason.
darling. For the first time in all these years, I fear I will not be visiting your ashes. What world is this? That demons and brigands stop a man from taking flowers to his wife's shrine?
What if I took flowers to your wife's shrine for you?
I do not know what to say, except thank you. I never expected anyone not of the blood to care. My Senna would be grateful. Her shrine lies on a hill to the west, near the table stones. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Walk in peace.
Yeah. Because, you know, only elves can understand being sad about the death of a loved one, after all.
Say there are countless bodies lying butchered on the side of the road. If not for the Inquisition, it would have been even worse.
Good day.
May God be with you.
Just rumors. Alright. You want to do more to help? Let's join the Inquisition.
Do you mean it?
Maybe the rumors about the apostates attacking people were just rumors after all.
Please, are you with the Inquisition?
No.
As you've wandered, have you by any chance seen a ram that is, different? Lord Wolseley wandered off, and he's very special. If you could find him, I'd be most grateful.
What makes your ram so special?
Well, he's always brought the family luck, and his advice helped us make our fortune.
Your ram offered advice?
He's a very special ram.
Your ram has gone missing?
Yes. I'm certain that if he heard his Jimmy missed him, he'd come right back. He's likely at our family's old summer cabin. It's by the lake in the southern hills. If you do find him and send him back, I'd be happy to pay you.
I'll speak with you later.
If you find my ram, please send him home. Good day.
That poor ram. At least it wasn't thrown at our castle.
I am Sister Tana. May I help you?
I found the letter you sent a Templar named Corin.
What? Shit. You can't prove anything. A letter from a rogue Templar. Nobody is going to care. So, what do you intend to do?
What kind of cut are you getting from the gross? What kind of protection are your suppliers offering? The Inquisition could use someone who could move goods around quietly, and we could protect you.
Are you serious? The high and mighty Inquisition needs smugglers? All right, I'm in. Seems like the Inquisition is the safer bet these days.
Swear to me! Oh, sorry. Already down. Oh, whatever. Good morning, Sean. God, I hope so, Blade 12. Of course, we still need another level before we can get what I actually want. But we'll get there. By God, we're going to empty that quest log. That's the goal here. Empty the goddamn log. No matter the cost. I mean, we did knock out like 10 quests while the direct was going. Although, to say that in a different direction, we only knocked out 10 quests while the direct was going. I do like it when I get to kill Tom Cruise. Just, you know, it's a bonus thing, right? Fair enough, Blade Javal. Fair enough. Where's my music?
Nothing to report, sir.
I wonder if they brought back Yoko Shimomura to do the remixed music for the SMRPG remaster. Speaking of which, not that I want to sound complainy, but does anybody else notice that the Paper Mario 2 port is a port, not a remaster or a remake? Just an interesting choice, really. I believe we're done with Hinchland's Rift, yes. We did that during the Nintendo Direct. Yay, we got a sword from a lake. I declare myself king of this island. Damn it, everyone disagrees with me. Alright, alright, alright. If anybody disagrees with me proclaiming myself king, all you have to do is kill me. My claim goes away. Yes, I'm king of the hinterlands. So, Britain. Sorry. Oh, there's a ram there. Ah! There you are. Lord Wolsey.
Lord Wolseley, I presume. A young man named Jimmy would very much like you to return home. Oh, good.
I guess he's going home. I get because the quest completed, and that's all I care about. Okay, so we've swept the southern reaches. That's a quest that's never going away. That's a quest which we need to get that stupid vine thing. That's a dragon. So back to town. We might actually be done with the hinterlands again in a minute here. No, that's actually exactly what I was expecting Warcraft Code. Which, you know, I'm glad that is not what ended up happening. Can we leave combat, please? Please? Please. There we go. Yeah, we still need to kill the dragon. We'll do that in a few dozen levels. I'm low priority. I had the dragon. And then I was distracted by Paper Mario 2, and then 2 of my people died, and I didn't see what happened. So, whatever.
I do not suppose you found my Senna's shrine.
Although, speaking of which, plus to that dragon fight. I don't know if all the dragons will get individual pluses, but at the very least, that fight gets a plus, and therefore dragons might get a plus. That's not the button I hit, but thanks, game.
I do not suppose you found my Senna's shrine. I know it is
Come on.
the way to go.
There you go.
I cleaned Senna's shrine and placed the flowers. May her ashes be gathered by Felondine and carried safely.
After all the long years she carried me, thank you. You do a foolish old man too much kindness. Thank you, friend. May your Inquisition do as much good for the land as you have done for me.
Plan, Stan. I like the mechanics, I'll admit it. You know me, I like, you know, boss fights with mechanics equal good, boss fights with health equal bad. Damn it, Sarah. But, the previous game's music was from a game called Radiant Historia. Whoever asked that question. Looks like it was Yura. By Yoko Shimomura, which is what reminded me about the question about the SMRPG remaster. Because we know they're redoing the music in the SMRPG R.
Lord Wolseley came back! He says you convinced him. Here, for all your trouble.
Thanks.
We're joining up soon, Russia.
So I've got in the saddle, which I will never do. I don't know why that quest is still sitting there. That quest can go to hell. That quest requires the Philanderous. And that requires Ferelden Locks, which I have no idea where to get those. I've never even heard of it, Svatoslav. So I'm going to go ahead and call the hinterlands done again, for the time being. Apparently I can go get Dennett. Where's Dennett? I don't remember where Dennett is. And we're not doing the shards. The horse guy. Well, that'll be over here somewhere. Somewhere over here. I don't know. This music sounds perfect for the hinterlands to me. Tara, I don't know about you. Especially since this is a Zerg song.
Elena says you got rid of those demon-cursed wolves. Should be safer for our farmers now. You've held up your end of our bargain, Inquisition. You'll have my whole stable and good hands to go with it.
You sent your stable hands and your horses to the Inquisition? What about you?
Well, you've cleaned up the area, and I can't say I'm not tempted. Still, it feels wrong to abandon my land to go play Horsemaster again.
Oh, let him go. We can use one of my servants from Minrathous. Tevinter horses are the finest in the world.
Tevinter? Your horses can barely trot without needing grain and milk. All right, Inquisition. I'll look to your horses myself. Never let it be said that Redcliffe gave less than the best. Just let me settle matters here and say goodbye to my wife. I'll meet you at Skyhold.
Okay, that's done. What else did we have? This is another one that was unmarked. Oh, never mind. So it's just map to waterfall, which... Let's just Google it. I've Googled a lot of quests this morning. Just kind of beat it up, you know? Okay, so... yeah, so there's the Templar camp. Where's the broken bridge? There it is. Now we're playing Ogre Battle. Listen, as much as I hate doing horsey races, I've been trying to think of something I could show on the screen that isn't Dragon Age Inquisition that we could talk about or chat about. Well, I go do all this random nonsense. Unfortunately, everything's going to be copywrong to hell and back for reasons that I actually disagree with fundamentally, but that's just me. It's like right about there, it looks like. I mean, I will admit, at a certain level, it does get ridiculous if you have 20,000 people watching, you know, a movie. There's a logic to trying to stamp down on that. I do not have 20,000 viewers. StarCraft Ghost. Oh my god. You know what? StarCraft Ghost is a perfect example of when Blizzard was at their best. And I know that sounds very strange, but I'm prepared to back up that statement. Because here's the deal. StarCraft Ghost was not a good game. Everybody agrees with that. Half of the people agree with it in one direction, and half the people agree with it in the other direction. And every interview I've read, and I've actually studied StarCraft Ghost's creation, indicates that some people really wanted, you know, something Dishonored style, right? Stealth-focused, sneaking through bases, assassination kind of stuff. The other half of people wanted Doom. Now, the problem here is that after the first, and then second, and then third change in development staff as well as priorities, nobody could agree on which one of these two focuses they were actually going to focus on. So, what they had was a incomplete, messy game that was kind of stealthy and kind of actiony, and neither side was particularly happy with it. Relevance? Blizzard, back when they were Blizzard, said this game is not good enough and pulled the plug on it. Now, if that doesn't sound astonishing, I want you to think really carefully about how many companies will look at a game that isn't good enough, and instead of just releasing it to regain some of the money, they will actually pull the plug on it. It's not a commonality. Frankly, and I mean no offense, the game I'm looking at right now is an example of that. So is the game we just finished streaming. In both cases, they either should have had the axe come down, or substantially, it would be a better example, just give them more time to actually polish and develop the damn thing, you know? There we go. Map to waterfall, done. We got influence out of that. That's funny. Okay, I think that's actually it, except for doing the races. All right, fine. We're going to do the races. We're definitely going to do the races. The races are going to be done. I'm just going to do them. I have to go get a carton of milk and some cigarettes. Okay, I'll be right back. I swear. Promise. I've got you guys. It's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. There's no reason. I've got terrible news. We're out of SIGs. Alright, let's do the damn race. Let's do the damn race. Let's sweep this nonsense. Yeah, what's funny is I've been putting Frost there, but what I haven't really enumerated is that the only things that have gotten the Frost label are things I know with certainty are a result of the Frost problem, right? There's probably a lot more issues than are labeled that are a result of the Frostbite issue. It is what it is.
Nicely done. Fancy another race?
Set up the next course.
Great. Go get mounted. I'll put up the stake straight away.
Yeah, exactly, Blitzball. Exactly. Make no mistake, I spit no venom at the creators of this game. It's just... is what it is. Oh, I hit... okay, fine. I'll just mount up. I need to figure out where and how to change mounts, too. My god, it controls so badly. It controls so badly. This is why I didn't want to do this. Oh, hang on. I actually have racing music. Give me a sec. We'll go with...
Whoa. Yeah!
I like how those flags are noticeably not where the actual markers are. Yeah, you see how the horse is just extremely slow? They add speed lines, but it's not, like, that's a lie. That is a lie. This horse is not going fast enough to justify those speed lines. Yeah, you'll notice I have not been using the horse to get around, because... duh, essentially.
Whoa. Yeah. Whoa.
Oh my god. Get off the horse. That's true, I do have Fade Step now.
Fancy another race?
Yes, please.
Set up the next course.
Great. Go get mounted. I'll put up the
Just
stake straight away.
keep doing this. Forever. This is my life now, is racing in this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, my favorite part is, to my knowledge, there's no actual timer here. Like, we don't actually have to do this in a set time, even though it's called a race. It's just... do it. Apparently there is a timer, my bad. It sure would be nice to know where that timer is, and what it is, and anything whatsoever about it. This is when you say, all you have to do is hit the character menu, go to the attributes screen, hold left for 5 seconds, which will prime the controller to then be able to put the right input in, which is BAXXZYZ. And if you do that, you get to the statistics page, and on the statistics page, you go to the third tab of the statistics page, and once you're there, that'll actually tell you how much time is left. Why is the Okay. Okay. So, back during the Templar quest, you remember that? There was a sequence where the Templar forces were slowly losing health. You remember that? And it was like ticking down periodically, okay? The reason I'm bringing that up is because it was regularly updating the quest even if it wasn't our active thing. Now, I switched it to our active thing, but the point is, because it was updating the upper right each time it ticked down. The significance of that is that means they have the tech in the game in order to be able to add, like it just did right there. It updates when something happens. And you see my point, like there's no reason it couldn't have updated to showcase the timer. And I can prove that because that tech was proven in a previous quest, despite all the issues they had with Frost.
I'll be damned. You've mastered every course I set up.
Good. Get out of my quest log. Forever. Does that just leave something I can't do yet and something I can't do yet? We are as swept with... Oh, and the dragon. So we're as swept with the hinterlands as we're getting for the time being. Oh, okay. We're also as swept with the mire as we're getting. So that's 2 zones we're very close to being done with. Yes, God, yes. Speaking of someone who's played both games, Directy, it's so much worse. Hang on, I have to go murder Warcraft code. There we go. Okay. There's no more quests here. We're done. The quests are gone forever. Yeah, how many people have swept the hinterlands? We haven't quite gotten there, but we're getting there. Okay, so let's save. Now hang on. I think we're mostly done with here. I'm extremely wrong. Fantastic. Oh, that's that. Okay, never mind. That's actually a quest we just got, so that's okay. That's okay. Now let's go here. It was doable. I just don't feel like wasting the time, Lord Harrowmont. Like I said, we came pretty close. And then I tripped. And then we wiped. Ugh, do you have... Okay, whatever. Very exciting music here. Oh wait, hang on. No, now we're in the Storm Coast. There's only one place that can be the Storm Coast. Hang on. I can find it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I mean, in all honesty, none of the other zones have bothered me to the same level as the hinterlands. Which, make of that what you will. But we've also only done 3 of them. So that also is questionable information. Travis. Hi, Sabacom. What do we do without the internet? I mean, I usually hung out with my friends, played video games, hung out with my friends while playing video games. Yeah, it was pretty common. I'd go climbing, biking. Used to hang out on the beach. Well, I've heard some inconsistent opinions on that Blade Ball, so I'm looking forward to determining for myself if any of the zones bother me as much as the hinterlands has.
A pity the Wardens moved on from this place. We'll have to deal with the Darkspawn ourselves.
If by drugs you mean Bazooka Joe's, then yeah, that was me.
Perhaps we should search about a bit.
There is no such thing. Warcraft code. What do you want me to get? We has horror. Terror. Enemies struck by horror cower and do not react to attacks until they take significant damage, is apparently it. Okay. Well, we obviously can't do that yet, but, you know. Yes, Frisco. And they were really bad. Like, they were such bad little comics that weren't funny, but by God, they were something. They were sand. You know, that's an interesting question. Whoops. Well, see, the thing I liked about Bazooka Joe's is they were a penny each instead of a nickel or a dime like the expensive candies.
Good find.
I realize I'm dating myself with that sentence. It's still true. Only the rich kids can afford those quarter candies. Those are crazy. Alright. Real talk time for just a second. I've kind of been holding back on giving this game negatives. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to look at the amount of negatives I've given this game and you're going to say, really? But no, that's actually a true statement. I don't want to feel like I'm dogpiling the game. So, someone just asked, Zara just asked, does the invisible approval thing get a gameplay negative? And my first thought was, no, I don't want to dogpile the game. And then I found myself thinking, well, hold on. Because if the only reason I'm not giving that negative is because I don't want to be mean, then that's not a sufficient reason, right? So let's ask the crowd. What do we think about the fact that there's no approval meter? And yes, I know, you can go talk to them and they will talk to you slightly differently. I stand by my freaking statement. Big League Chew was really expensive. That's why I didn't usually get it. And that was West Coast. And by the way, this would absolutely be a Frost negative if we do end up giving it, because I guarantee you that's why there's no frickin' meter. Like, I guarantee you that's why there's no meter. Oh, hey, okay, so... It does say he's an only... Oh, he's the different kind. Never mind. Different guy. Never mind. Ignore me. And the thing I liked about Bazooka Joe's is you could still hear them for quite... Or hear them. Taste them for quite a while. You could chew on them for a while. To date, yes, Damashi. I'm not even sure another game that would, off the top of my head. Can you move, please? Correct, Sabacon. Then you have, like, crap gum, like Spearmint. Ugh. Nobody liked Spearmint gum. And nobody did in chat just now, either.
It's over.
This is your big chance to disagree. You could be one of the cool kids if you disagree with me. This is it. This is it. It's coming. It's coming. There it is, Frisco. Frisco's one of the cool kids. Looks like it's fastest just to run from here. Why is an approval meter beneficial? That's a good question. Let me ask you a related question. Why is it necessary to know how much experience you need to level? And I'm not being facetious, because I've heard this argument before. And I've played RPGs where they do not tell you how much you have to level. Like how much experience left. Hey, Bragwin. I am born of thunder! Sorry. Thought I was the Thunder King for a second. My bad. Good morning, Damashi. And good morning, Brayden. I suppose that's true, Blade Chaval. So let me ask you a very simple question. What is the benefit of hiding the approval meter? What benefit or positive is added to the game by removing information from the player? Because that is what it is, at its very fundamental core. It is info in-game, or lack thereof. Yeah, it being a toggle would be fine. Or it being in the menu would also be fine. Because at that point, that's functionally a toggle. See, I'm not sure I agree with that, Blade Chaval. Obviously, you know, let me put it to you this way. Let's say I'm at 20% approval with Blackwall. And I'm like, oh shoot, I'm really low on Blackwall. I need to start bringing him to these missions that I'm doing right now to make sure to get as much approval out of that as possible, to squeeze it out so I can get access to his companion quest and his dialogues, which is meat content, and therefore I have a beneficial reason to go ahead and try to reach out for it, right? Like, I am missing out on content if I do not have his approval maxed, right? So, knowing that I am pretty far behind on his rep, I could then be encouraged to go ahead and bring a bunch of him to a bunch of his quests to max out the aforementioned rep. But hang on. What if he's really high up on the bar? What if he's at like 90% or 95%? Well, then I don't give a damn. I could just bring whoever the hell I want to and not care about the person I'm bringing in order to go ahead and just get the benefit of having the party I want to play with. And that information is information I lack. How the hell do I get over here? Looks like I have to go up that hill I gave up on going up. Oh, there's a bear. Literally blocking the way. That's an interesting argument, Damashi. We've actually given Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 both negatives for that. In both games, we gave that negative, and we're probably going to give this game that negative, too. Haven't decided yet. Skyrim my way up here, don't mind me. Cool. The Hopping Dwarves Brigade returns. I suppose if we wanted to be fair, and not dogpile the game, we could just give the game a negative for info in game in general. Because, let's be honest, there's actually a lot of problems with info in game in this game. Information's only in one source, or it's only in one hidden source, or it's not in the game at all. The rep meter is just the latest example of that. Looks like we have not given that negative yet, so, yeah. Actually, yes, Friscoborn. In real life, we need more information in-game. Like, a lot.
I think the Inquisition could benefit from this.
Like, good lord. Could you imagine how much better real life would be if we had info in-game? Think about it. Can we get a health bar in real life?
Inquisitor.
See our cancer progress in real life? I'm lucky. I have, like, no cancer genetics in my line, going up at least 4 generations that I'm aware of. I know that I am fortunate in that, and not everyone gets that. Some people just have cancer risk because of their bloodline. So...
Been a long time since I was at sea.
Can we get away from the water? I'm feeling seasick already.
I do miss the coast in real life. It's actually funny you say that, Svatoslav, because my body has been the most broken, pain-in-the-ass mess my whole life, but I just happened to... Oh yeah, this sounds like a place I want to go to. I just happen to not have...
Sure,
cancer.
Usually when I'm being paid for it.
What? Never just for fun?
I'm here all time. Man's gotta take his fun where he can find it.
Game looks very pretty. We have already jotted down several brickwork positives, and we'll probably jot down more as we go.
Goodbye.
Is it because you secretly hate things, Warcraft Code? It's okay, you can be honest with me. You know what? Hang on. I feel like this particular cave deserves a slightly different song. I'm sorry, Friscoborn. I really wasn't bragging. More like acknowledging, you know? My sister, for example, is a cancer risk because of genetics. Cave anymore. Back to the coast. We're not biologically related, Czar. Alright, what's the bad news, Mr. Red? Always start with the bad news. You always start with the bad news. Start from the bad, work to the up. That's how I do games, that's how I do shows, that's how I do news. This is life. Like, imagine the sensation. Start with the good news, and then the bad is, and it just ruins the good news, right? Oh, that's an easily solvable problem, Mr. Red. HDMI splitter? Those are dime a dozen. And not as bad as USB splitters.
The one with the extra armor must lead the pack.
Thank you for your extremely in-depth expertise as a Grey Warden, Blackwall. I am, in fact, a mage. Check it out. I can even cast spells. I don't understand the question, Anguish One. Have you not seen the cutscenes in this game? Why are you running? You're not even attacking me, you're just running.
One down!
God damn it, Dorian, stop terrorizing people. I know what happens. Dorian walks up and says, I'm gay! And they just run. Terrified. Where's the stupid thing? Go here. You gotta run straight. You gotta go from the Prometheus school of running away from things. I know, right? That little pebble is definitely gonna stop Darkspawn, who don't tire and probably don't feel pain. Just wham, wham, wham. No, it's fine. It's fine. They'll never get through. Wham. Can I help you? Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Also bear hides. How much meat would be on a bear? So, I was playing Valheim with my niece last night, right? More accurately, she was playing Valheim and I was just giving her advice and kibitzing. And she killed a boar and got one meat out of it, and I just started laughing, and she's like, what? And I just... So, a long time ago, I was introduced to exactly how much meat is on a single pig. Spoilers, it's a lot. Like, you can get a crap ton of meat out of a single pig. It's why butchers and ranchers will usually sell portions of a pig while they're raising the pig, and then when they eventually butcher it, you take your piece, right? Anyways, the point being, you don't really think about that. I think I was also a victim of this, because, you know, you play a video game and you kill a boar and you get one boar meat, and it's like... And then, and this, of course, leads to, how much meat's on a freaking bear? I mean, I know a bear is a predator animal, so its meat is different, but still. You do have Amazon, right, Mr. Red? Whoops. Well, I guess that's one way to get it to stop chasing the ram. Excuse me, scavenger, my bad. See, I have no idea. I know that tigers are not particularly appetizing because of the type of meat that they are, but I have no idea if bear would fall into the same category. I know, right, Blade 12? Get back here! I think Mr. Red's taking the piss here, Savacom. I think he's just going to get it off Amazon. Because he's smart, and he would never buy used electronics on eBay, because that's a terrible goddamn idea that will absolutely just lead to short outs of your equipment. See, I would buy that, Raven. See, one day I do want to taste bear meat, just out of raw curiosity, you know. And snake. I've never eaten snake. I've always wanted to. Look, I'm hungry, Warcraft Code. And I know what I could do. I could get a hunk of bear slab, right? Take it over to Italy because they're the perfect chefs and say, hey, could you make this taste good? And I know you guys got my back. I have not eaten alligator nor crocodile, if it actually matters. It's actually decent, Damashi. It's a nice break from Dragon Age 2, where it's just chain encounter after encounter after encounter after encounter. So, I will most likely not be giving negatives for encounter rate, at least not at the moment. I've got it. So we're going to feed an alligator a bunch of pork. Yeah, this game has the opposite problem, the health problem. Which I have dinged. Ignore these invisible things that definitely exist. I didn't know that could happen. Did you see that? He interrupted me mid-cast, so only some of my missiles went off. Do you know which version of the song this is, Savakam? Just because I'm curious. There you go.
Everyone all right?
Yeah, we're fine. I mean, I'm actually pretty open about trying foodstuffs out. I may not like it because I have a really banal palate, but I'd still like to try out more stuff, you know? Like I said, I've never even had snake. In fact, I've never had rabbit. Only the eldest, Savakam. We have enough trouble getting the youngest to eat, period. She's at that age. And by the youngest, I mean the middle. You already... Yeah, I did, okay. Sure. I mean, I do love eating bugs. Also, I'd rather die. Like, I would rather starve. No, I will not eat Rocky Mountain oysters. I have a friend who's eaten Rocky Mountain oysters, and that description is all I need there. I'm good, thanks.
I hope it doesn't bother you to travel alongside a Vint.
That's what you are. You people all kind of look the same to me.
I'm also a mage. Would you prefer me bound and leashed?
I'd buy you dinner first.
Hopefully before you sewed my mouth shut.
Depends how much you keep yapping.
I believe that is actually our very first Dorian and the Iron Bull dialogue, so about friggin' time on that. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you give me a choice between Rocky Mountain oysters and bugs, I'll starve. I'll take it. I do not care that much. Alright, so that's most everything, except for whatever this stuff is. And I think that's a dragon. Yeah, it might be a giant. I don't know. We'll find out in a second. We do not have that mod installed, obviously. Is there a way? It looks like it. Oh, I know where Kirk did. I'm aware. This game actually has a surprisingly large mod scene, considering it is actively mod hostile. You need a third-party program to force, to inject, essentially, mods into the code. But you can do it, because, of course, there's a strong modding scene for this. It's a Dragon Age game. Hell, it's a BioWare game. There's mods for the Legendary Edition of Mass Effect, which is also Not particularly mod-friendly. Am I playing alone or with a friend, Loke? With friends. Well, so this is a cheating answer, but the answer is whatever they're not playing. I'll play something to complement them. That's how I usually decide those kind of things. But, since that doesn't answer your question at all, if you put a gun to my head, which you'd really like to do for some reason, and made me decide on which kind of classes I could find tolerable back in WoW Vanilla, I would say Hunter, Druid, Paladin, in no particular order. I'm a tank, Damashi. Tank for life. Down to my bones. I will eat Dragon Age 2 over both of those, Frisco. I would replay Dragon Age 2 rather than eat those. Oh, there's a fun challenge. You can't eat again until you finish Dragon Age 2. And you can't cheat. Inquisition? Well, that might kill me, because this is a long game. Like, at a certain point, that's just gonna cause issues. Thank you for reminding me. Some people could probably do that. I am not one of those people. Ignoring the obvious fact that, you know, I already have some blood sugar issues. Minor, but they're there. Fact of the matter is that having to go with starvation for probably over a week would probably make me so depressed as to actually be suicidal. So, no thank you. I'd probably try bear sashimi. I've gone without food for pretty long stretches of time in my life before. Not willingly. Water, my current record is 4.5 days. I don't recommend doing that, by the way. We here at the Lore Walkers do not recommend going without water. Period. Yeah, speaking of... We're out of that one. It's okay. We got a spare. How did I not die? A lot of people don't understand that whole, what is it, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks thing. That's very, very vague, rough guidelines. The specifics of that vary based on you, based on your body, based on your circumstances, based on your environment, based on the temperature, all kinds of stuff. It's absent, Damashi. It be absent, yo. Hell, I could actually turn the music back on, and you wouldn't be able to tell except for every few minutes. Yeah, intermittent is a better word for it than absent. There is music. It's actually good music, too, which irritates me even more. Because it's like, here's a song for like 20 seconds, and then it'll move on. And you spend hours out here. Okay, so I think that's it, since we can't go through there yet. Okay, so we can't do that yet. Hang on, can we do that yet? Find out. Nope, we need like another 4,100 influence before we can do that. I know, right, Giga Pudding? I mean, most of the music that was playing during the entire Haven sequence was pretty legit, I thought. Let's see if we can unlock that right now. Excuse me. It could be a bug, Janthal. Who knows? Like, we don't know, right? We don't know if the music thing is deliberate or not. It's hard to gauge in a game that is this problematic. I mean, I gave it like 4 separate negatives. Excuse me. The things that aren't negatives. Whatever they're called. I forget. It's called something.
Glad I'm working with you. I'm not one of them.
What? Assassins? Templars? Mages? Magisters?
No, one of them.
Sisters? Nobles? Merchants? Commission men?
Elves, you twit.
Is that it? Human.
Seriously.
This is just... it's something to keep their hands busy. I'm grateful you tracked me down when you did. As exciting as wandering the woodlands was, this is better. It's good to be part of something so important. Something that could change things.
The Grey Wardens are huge and important. You're part of that.
True, but without a blight on the horizon, everything the Wardens do feels like waiting. This, the Inquisition, is what matters now, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. You are who you choose to follow. Someone told me that once. Took me years to understand what he meant.
There's wisdom in that.
It was a chevalier who said those words to me. A powerful man, but never without honor. A true knight. We met as competitors in the Grand Tourney.
Oh, that's the wrong song.
He left me with that advice before we parted. Put aside his own ambitions to help me win the melee. I don't think I even thanked him.
What is this Grand Tourney?
You've never heard of it? The Grand Tourney of the Free Marches. It's a spectacle. Song, dance, wine, every amusement you can imagine. But the greatest part is the contest of arms. Prove yourself in the Grand Tourney, and you can make your fortune.
How did he help you?
There were 100 men on the field, each one fighting for himself. The knight and I had forged an alliance. It was just the two of us, and we took all comers. The goal, down as many opponents as possible. He always let me deliver the final blow.
He must have wanted something from you to help like that.
A pupil, a squire. Someone to teach and to mold. He saw my potential. When it was over, he offered to mentor me. To teach me to become a chevalier like him. And I, young and stupid, turned him down flat. I just won the melee at the Grand Tourney. I didn't need him. I should have gone with him. Perhaps things could have been different.
Different doesn't always mean better.
In this case, I think it would have been better. But I'm older, hopefully wiser. And I think I've chosen the right person to walk with. Heard you found something that had to do with wardens. Would have liked to have seen it. I've been meaning to thank you. There are 100 things that need your attention. You didn't have to take the time to help me, and yet you did.
If the history you pursue benefits the Wardens, then it was worth it.
I've never been more certain of my decision to join you.
There will be opportunities for us to do even more in the future.
Then I look forward to it.
Varric's friend Hawk said there were suspicions of corruption in Grey Warden ranks. Do you know anything about that?
Corruption? What sort of corruption?
Corypheus. He's been known to influence the minds of Wardens.
That could very well explain why so many have disappeared.
Are you feeling all right? No voices or anything?
If I start hearing things, I promise you'll be the first to know.
What do you think of the Inquisition?
I just know that you could shake this world to its foundations if you willed it.
We should return to our duties.
As you wish. You are, after all, in charge.
Oh, all of them. Gigapudding.
Our mounts have never had better.
Oh, yeah. Can I, like, do the thing here? Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? We've got the unicorn. We should use that. We've also got the nug. And a Dracolisk. We'll go with that for now.
Inquisition?
So you can at least see the unicorn. Pretty early on, Pancakes. He's... Well, okay, let me walk that back. I suspected pretty early on, but I assumed the game was just badly written. What, Warcraft Code? What are you talking about?
Inquisitor? Is there something I can do for you? I should really focus my attention on the injured.
Do we have many injured men?
Fewer by the day. The most grievously injured did not survive the journey to Skyhold. As for the rest, they either heal or... I try to make the passing painless.
I haven't seen you before.
The commander brought me up from the refugee camps. I'd been helping the pilgrims in simple ways, setting broken bones, simple amputations and such. We need all the help we can get.
You aren't a mage. Shouldn't we let the mage healers deal with this?
Magic can't cure everything, and we shouldn't rely on it. Science, your worship, is the way of the future. Good health isn't magic, it's diet, exercise, and a balance of the humors.
As you were.
Your worship. Somewhat off-color today, Inquisitor? An excess... my type.
Right. You know how long you would wait if they approve it today? Question mark. Yeah, balancing humors. Let's not even talk about what that means. Will I be playing Baldur's Gate 3 with full co-op on stream? No.
Stefan finally died.
Any questions?
He's been in so much pain since Haven.
Lost 3 shipments. It's still rough out there.
We'll get him back. We're backing the winner.
You realize I've already played Baldur's Gate 3, right? I'm not in a big hurry to play a 105-hour game again, just a couple weeks after I just finished it. is it? There it is.
This was a surprise. After you return from the bogs, we discovered this man attacking the building with a goat. Chief Movran the Under. He feels slighted by the killing of his Avar tribesmen, who repeatedly attacked you first. What should we do with him? Where should he go?
You answered the death of your clan with a goat?
A courtroom? Unnecessary. You killed my idiot son, and I answered, as is my custom, by smacking your holdings with goat's blood.
Don't look at me.
No foul. He meant to murder Tevinters, but got feisty with your Inquisition. A red-headed mother guarantees a brat. Do as you've earned, Inquisitor. My clan yields. My remaining boys have brains still in their heads.
Is it called a gibbet? I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? What should we do? Several people saying 6. All right.
It seems our conflict was accidental, Chief Movran, but it can't be repeated. I banish you and your clan, with as many weapons as you can carry, to Tevinter.
My idiot boy got us something after all.
Iron Bull greatly approves. Hey, ding. Means now we can grab that one. And no, that's not Michael Dorn. Sister Patrice, execute! Wait. I hand Sister Patrice over to Gigapudding to execute in whatever manner she deems fit. So what are you gonna do, Gigapudding? I leave her fate in your capable, pudding-slathered hands.
I've arranged an accord between the Marquis and the Dowager. Wonder of wonders. Perhaps they can be useful to us after all.
It is time. The Inquisitor commands a small kingdom. It is time to exercise the weight of his influence. There remains uninvolved and uncommitted lords and ladies, bands and arls, where they could not be engaged with plight or passion and must be compelled through mercenary means. There must be a display. Make it known the Inquisition has weight and boons, and dispensations of the powerful will be open to you. Thereafter, he need not carry influence, he can simply buy it. So, Liliana says, don't display. Cullen says, march! And Josephine says, do a fate. Heh. Lol. Warcraft code. That's right, we've leveled enough to go back to the Hinterlands.
My scouts report no signs of danger in the pass nearby.
I will arrange patrols to ensure it stays that way.
I mean, I don't know. I think we kind of approve of it. You know, a little bit. I mean, it would make sense to Mashi. Whether it's correct move or not is debatable, but it would make a lot of sense. Let's send Josephine. Overseen influence! Yay! The Inquisition is a sight to behold, a command of legions, hearts, and minds. It is worthy. It is worthy. Your Inquisitor is worthy. My masters are pleased. I'll bring my wares, and together we will extend your reach even further. May you trade not just in treasures, but in wills. We explored the fallow mire after you cleared the place out. I've stumbled upon an old road that leads to the frostbacks. If it's cleaned up, we can use it to shave weeks off of a journey through the mountains. I'd rather be wet than freezing. Let's go with Liliana.
Let's see what we have.
Oh, we can do another gather coin while we're here. Okay.
Let's see what we have.
I received some news from Meveris. It seems her little resistance has drawn support, just as she hoped it would. Thing is that support comes in the form of idealistic magisters with no real power, while the ones who might see her group as a threat are the true heavy hitters. Reading between the lines, I'd say Meveris is in more hot water than she lets on. She's crafty, but she could use some help right about now or the resistance might die on the vine. Let's send Liliana for this.
Let's see what we have.
My agent Tamar reports success, one less despicable to Venter Magister to worry about. Naturally, the rest of the Magisterium assumes the hand behind the deed was the Magister Tiliani herself, and she reports they have respectfully backed away from both her and her supporters. She sends her thanks in a box of candied chocolates, and a variety of other items. The chocolates are mine, but the rest I pass on to you. Liliana! But I wanted that chocolate. So we still need... $82 power to unlock everything. It looks like that's actually it. Contact in the Emerald Graves, Fairbanks. Well, whatever. Got to do everything anyways, so... We've been contacted by a Fairbanks, who says he has information of value to the Inquisition. He offers a trade, the information in exchange for the Inquisition's help in eliminating a dangerous rebel band calling themselves the Freemen of the Dales. There have been reported sightings of these rebels all over the Dales, where they have caused significant problems for Orlesian troops. Uprooting them could be a good move for us. First, let's see what Fairbanks has to say. He's hiding out somewhere in the Emerald Graves, a legendary Dalish forest. My spies report he is well acquainted with the area and the terrain. He could prove a useful asset if we choose to trust him. We will, of course, unlock it. And not do it right now. What can we get here? Just because I'm curious.
Let us begin.
Pyrophyte and Embrium. Interesting. I don't know what the DLCs are because they're not labeled at all. And they didn't exist the last time I played this game. No, Daxiath, we have not. What, Frostback Basin? We actually already have access to that. Just for you, Five. We could try the dragon again, but I honestly would rather just not even waste the time with it. We have 4 open world zones we could do right now. Empress de Lyon, Exalted Plains, Emerald Graves, and Frostback Basin. And what's really strange is... Oh, and the Western Approach, excuse me. So that's a lot of open world zones we could hit right now. Which one should I hit first? Which one's the lowest level, I guess is what I'm asking. Because I have quests all over here. I should do the MSQ. Okay, here's the funny thing, Blade Javal. I don't have the power to progress the MSQ right now. So I can't. Exalted Plains? Sure. Why not?
Inquisitor, welcome to the Exalted Plains, a place with a long and bloody history. Even now, the region is volatile. This was a front in the Civil War. Now there's rebels called the Freemen of the Dales, recently emerged and adding to the chaos.
Name?
This is where the elves made their last stand, isn't it?
Ah, you've studied the Dales. Yes. When offered a chance to lay down their arms and surrender, they refused.
This rebel group. Tell me more about them.
They seem to be simple deserters, tired of fighting and dying for either the Empress or the Grand Duke. Now they want the Dales for their own. Worse, they're more organized than we anticipated. Be wary.
What else can you tell me?
Scouts have sighted Dalish elves. There must be a clan camped somewhere on the plains.
That will be all. Thank you.
With the rifts and the undead, the Orlesians have lost ground. Most have been driven back to their forts. We have to stabilize the region, allowing the Imperial Army to re-establish its presence. Good luck, Your Worship. You'll need it.
Please stop calling me that.
Inquisitor, I've something for you.
What is it?
This could help us.
It's a task! Do love me some tasks. As I say, Your Excellency is nice and generic. Could easily apply here, game. Cool. I don't even remember this zone. I think the last time we played this, I was so burnt out by the overworld zones in general that I just kind of didn't do them unless I had to.
It's the Inquisition! Keep them off the ramparts! Guardians!
I mean, ditto, honestly, for Skyborn. I mean, there's been the occasional thing, like Blood Bowl. But for the most part, for some reason, video games just...
I wonder why. Let's find out.
just shy away from doing like fantasy or magical or even sci-fi sports. It's weird. No, Colgrim, I am not. This looks kind of like a plains. Blitzball barely counts, but it does count. That extraordinarily doesn't count, Frisco Port. 0 points. Yeah, we had Mega Man Soccer, which was better than it had any right to be. Although, that is kind of damning with faint praise. No, Colgrim. Although I also kind of had no idea what to expect of this game walking into it. Not really.
Are you Imperial Army?
Yes, Your Worship. I fight on the side of Grand Duke Gaspard de Chalon, rightful Emperor of Olay.
Oh, well. And he's dead.
The peace talks in Halam Sharal mean an end to hostilities, don't they?
We're no longer fighting each other, but the demons, the dead. It was easier when we fought just men. You can win against men.
What's happened here?
We were trying to retake the ramparts from the dead. They rise here, somewhere within these trenches. It started when those free men showed up. Strange lights, like blue fire. It must be magic. But the free men are just deserters from the armies. How could they have managed this? And why?
I should be going.
I should go. Thank you, Fife. Very, very much. I'm glad you like my old FF stuff. At some point, we'll probably re-review them, which I guess you know because you just donated towards those reviews. And I will put that towards the audit reviews, the FF4 comparison block, and the Pixel Remaster block. Yeah, how do we war on Orlais? Way over there. Interesting form of not quite logic to that. Reminds me of that one TOS episode where they fight wars based on computer simulations. And then they just kind of execute the people who are recorded as being dead. Hello. Okay. You like stop, please. Here's an interesting question for you. Let's say you're given a choice. You could serve in the Orlesian military far away from the game. Or you could be an Orlesian noble and participate in the game. Which would you pick?
exiled in a pit. Undead rising. Someone intended this.
There may be more of these pits. We'll have to find them.
I mean, true, Dakota. What's the name of this zone? You know, considering that canonically what undead are supposed to be is bodies possessed by demons from the Fade, there's either a whole lot of demons here or, yeah, retcon. I'm not gonna say it's a retcon. It totally is. I mean, Lord knows that the veil is actually pretty faint right now, in general. That's causing problems everywhere, so it could just be a whole lot of demons possessing a whole lot of bodies from a battlefield. Like, that's not out of bounds. Yeah, then there's the fact that the Fade is weakened in general by excessive amounts of suffering, pain, and death. And this is a trench war. So... yeah, that's ignoring the Corypheus stuff, which is obvious. We're just wandering along, and there's just this giant castle that just erupts from the ground all of a sudden. What is that? It is a creature of chaos. Was that castle always there? Of course! But was it always there yesterday? See you around, Janthal. Have a good day. Hmm. I'm awake. I'm awake. Jesus Christ, what was that nonsense? Yeah, I apologize. If I had known, I would have been like, hey.
Wonderful. I don't think they knew. Oh my.
Good day to you.
Cleaning up takes longer than anything else.
No kings. No gods. Yeah. Do you have Twitch open another tab? Let's find out. Wong. Be around, Kieran. Hopefully you will have a good one. Because if you don't...
Why is it always so cold? How do you Southerners stand it?
What's the matter? Not enough slaves around to rub your footsies?
My footsies are freezing, thank you.
You know the Iron Ball. I bet you would rub his footsies.
Did you see how they cut through those things?
Like, I'm just saying. You might appreciate it.
Free men bastards.
Did we talk about the Trek rewrite during that Savicom? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I've been banging around the Star Trek rewrite for years at this point.
Hope those dead things don't come back.
They did it. I can't believe they retook the ramparts. Maybe if we got word to the Marshal. But Fort Reverson surrounded by undead and locked down.
What's happened here?
It started when those freemen showed up. Strange lights, like blue fire. It must be magic. But the freemen are just deserters from the armies. How could they have managed this? And why?
I should be going.
I should go. Yeah, the Iron Ball is just getting settled in over there. Alright. Honestly, vampires kind of suck for Skullborn. Yeah, I should go was the default line used for ending conversation. So you heard it a lot, and it became a meme from that. So, we're gonna go ahead and quit the game forever. I'm making an executive decision to speed this up a little bit. We're not going to give in to full-on cheating. But we need to speed this up a little bit. We have at least 6 more open world zones of just roaming and fighting. Let's get on with it. We have absolutely been killing faster. Walking speed is kind of the thing I'm really concerned about, though. So hopefully this will work the way it is advertised. Doesn't. I might as well grab another one while we're here. So this should hypothetically do what we need to do. Let's go ahead and get this set up, y'all. And launch. We should be able to tell pretty much immediately. Yeah, running through the barrens, looking for mods. Yeah, we'll see how this works. Manually adjust the resolution, like we have to every single time we launch the executable. I mean, I think people like other than the obvious sex reasons, I think people like vampires because they are the prettier version of undead. A lot of people like the idea of undead for some reason or another. You know, living long times, or the benefit plus the detriment, or however you want to look at that. I mean, nobody wants to be a lich, right? That does not feel very much faster. Music's upbeat now. Shantae's got her back. Yeah, we'll see if it works in combat. Give me a quest.
Like you need help.
Oh, Jesus. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's decent. You notice our attack speed is noticeably up, but our move speed is not. Which is not what I was going for. Yeah, let's just do this. So hang on. Try another one. I mean, the attack speed was honestly a lot better. It felt more Dragon Age 2-y, which this gameplay probably needs to be, in my opinion. But... no, this is just a Shantae song. Good guess, though, Savako. Yeah, I don't want to be a demi-lich, which is funny because demi-liches are just a natural progression of regular liches. Think about it. Well, natural. Okay, so let's... disable that mod, and try this again. Hopefully we haven't screwed everything over forever, but whatever, we'll figure it out, Yeah, when the GM wants to kill you because you rolled a 3, just kill you. It's okay. When a demi-lich kills you, you actually can't be resurrected either. And you have no afterlife, you're just gone. No, not... Okay, so hold on. What's the unsheath button? I guess we just do this. There we go. Oh, shoot. So we're just gonna have to... do this periodically. Okay, so.
Inquisition ended the war between the Mages and Templars.
No, wait. Yeah, we're essentially sprinting right now. We just have to swing our weapon. This is probably still net faster. And a Verus. Interesting. Come on. Oh, no. No, let me up. 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 Yeah. Okay, I give up. Oh yeah, no, that fight is supposed to be the super optional for a reason, Damashi. Okay, this is not a great option here. Why are we so much slower? Alright, hang on. Where are we going? There's a south, which... Okay, so we're going west, actually. We want to go over there. I was gonna say, frostbite! Excellent, Savicom. Good, good. See, Savicom's a coffee lich. You know, most liches are like, "Mwahaha, life or souls," and she's like, coffee, and that's what feeds her undead hunger. Cool idea, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. See, I don't think this is super workable. This is already arguably more irritating than just walking. Hey, Thank you, 040. Let's see. So I know we've got Voyager. 1 second. So we've got Voyager. I actually don't remember what else we've got in the books right now. Lower Decks. Thank you. And Strange New Worlds. Thank you as always, 040. Hang on, so there was another mod I didn't use. I mean, modders have the same advantage I have when doing a rewrite. They are not as beholden to the same limitations. They don't have executives breathing down their throats. They don't have bills that aren't already being paid. They don't have deadlines or crunch or having to work with an engine that nobody understands or knows. I'm not trying to be dismissive, it's just, it makes sense in a weirdly large number of cases where the modded game tends to be better simply by virtue of the fact that the modders have advantages the original creators did not have. Okay. Last one I'm going to try. And if this doesn't work, whatever. We're just going to live with it. Now that's wild, Frisco-born. I've always said that games don't get, you know, positives or negatives for that matter for mods, because that's not part of the game, so it's not part of the review. But the idea of a game being, like, unworthy of being played without mods? I don't know. I was debating defaulting to that, Blade Default, just because attack speed will speed up the combat. So that is something. Okay, this is taking a minute. Is it going? There it goes. Jesus. Yeah, I was going to say, Factorio is actually a really good example. More modern example. Factorio is an extraordinarily pro-mod, mod-positive game. And is demonstrably improved by the inclusion of mods. I can agree with Taquetta on that, because me and my friend installed several of the mods he suggested when we played through. But you can play vanilla Factorio, and it is still a fantastic freaking game. Arguably the golden standard of builders. And a high every other builder game since then has been chasing. So let's see what this mod does, and we'll mess with it afterwards. Okay. So first of all, hey! Movement speed. Ooh. Okay. Found one that does what I want to do. Now we gotta get in combat. Yeah, we run like our hands on fire. Oh, that'll do. Interesting enough, our move speed goes right back down to nothing in combat. So, if we combine these mods, we'll be faster in combat and faster out of combat. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. A move speed mod pulls down on the padding, and pretty demonstrably is not cheating. What the hell was that? This specific mod is called Movement Speed Tuner No Dirt Buildup. And we're in combat. Let's just meander over here. I mean, that sounds like an arcane horror to me. Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. Wasn't ready. Never heard of that one, TSB. What the? Whoa, 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 whoa. That, and now we're slow again. Huh? I know, okay, okay. And yeah, now we're back to normal speed. Okay. Either way, TSB, thank you very, very much for the support. Yeah, just get rid of our weapon in combat. Hang on. So, what's this game called? Goodbye, Volcano High. Well, that looks extremely depressing. Also just came out.
Though we know very little.
Sure. You know, that's a good question, Damashi. I don't know. Ah. I'm starting to feel like I shouldn't actually be using this mod. Like it's gonna bug something somewhere. That would be a hell of a feat, Shadow Machine. I'm not sure who currently owns that title.
Just let me do it.
Oh my God. I mean, DLC stuff has a habit of being better than vanilla stuff. It also has a habit of being worse, but that's neither here nor there. I love how this terrain here is so terrible that the character's having trouble navigating it just normally. At normal speed, I feel like adding. Ugh. There, we're over here. That's the totally legitimate method by which you're supposed to get up here. We're all just gonna accept it. Accept it and move on with our life. Alright, there we go. How are you supposed to get up here? I guess right here. But I did that game. I did it. They're burned. Intended. Alright, so I'm going to talk here because there's a loud noise warning, so I'm just going to talk so that when it goes, it's not as loud for you guys as it is for me. Okay, there we go. Jesus.
Keeping things...
God, that is loud. Definitely the intended method to get up here. I wonder if that actually is the Reaper noise. Maybe a little bit less modulated. I mean, reusing sound effects is a really common thing. Even in, you know, like, the best developers do that. That's what we're here for, is our parkour. Yeah, exactly. Reusing is not the problem. How you reuse it is always going to be the issue there. I one-shot him, but it took that long just to reach him. What the? Oh, god damn it, you little snot. Oh, we have enough to do the Warden quest now. I do like killing dragons with lightsabers. Like, if I was to combine two random words together, dragons with lightsabers would be a pretty good combo, I think. We could also do liches with lightsabers. Jedi liches? Force liches, maybe? Why does that not surprise me, Dakota? The dark side is a path to powers some might consider to be unnatural. And then you just see Palpatine running like this. You know what I find most amusing about this run speed thing we got going on? In KOTOR, you could run like this without cheats or mods or anything. Actually, also true in Neverwinter Nights 1, now that I think about it. Like, this is just
These Dalish Aravels. Quaint.
Oh, that's a good question. Hang on, before we accept all these quests. Oh yeah, check out our amazing horse. It's a unicorn. Can't you tell how much of a unicorn it is? Oh yeah, now this is speed. Oh yeah. Now this is pod racing. Alright, we're done, we're done.
These are not good times to come unbidden before the people, especially here, where we remember the destruction of our home at the hands of humans. My patience is thin with all that has befallen. Perhaps you should be on your way.
What has befallen your clan?
The Orlesian War has hindered our progress through the dirt. The armies cause rock slides. They dig ditches that trip the Hala and destroy the Aravels, making passage impossible. Precisely when the clan needs him most, my first, Tabin, defies my wishes and mounts an excursion to the Emerald Graves. And now, I've learned that the grounds of Bar Balanaris are infested by angry spirits from the beyond.
I don't care.
I can deal with that for you.
My clan and I would be deeply grateful if you could, but be mindful of the resting places of our dead. Bar Balanaris is sacred ground.
Will you be okay if I, like, kill all of them?
Why do elves call this plain the Dearth?
When the people settled here, we called it Dearth of Erin. The promise. For the Dales were promised to us by Andraste. It is still the Dearth to us, even if the Shemlin give it a name that recalls our destruction. Other time.
Please don't get too close to the Hala. They're unused to strangers.
If I never get close, we'll always be strangers, won't we?
True indeed. May I ask, traveling these plains, have you come across a golden Hala? I fear human soldiers may kill her. If she would only draw close, I could gain her trust. I could protect her.
I've heard of a golden Hala. You call it Hanal Gilan, the Pathfinder.
You have heard the legend. I'm amazed. Yes. Some of us believe she comes to the people in times of great need.
Why do you think soldiers hunt your Hala?
Pelts and horns sell for gold in Shem markets, I hear. And if they were golden... Goodbye, then.
Elkanan. At this rate, we'll never be on our way.
You were the one they called the Herald of Andraste. I've heard so much about you and your Inquisition. There's talk even amongst the Dalish.
Talk. What do they say exactly?
Well, the clans are worried about what this might mean for us. The Dalish, that is. No matter what they say, your Inquisition is the only thing trying to help the world. I wish I could be a part of that.
Sounds like a volunteer.
It won't happen. Keeper Howen won't allow it. He doesn't trust anything to do with the Chantry or Andraste.
I could try to convince your keeper.
You could try.
I'll take my leave.
I actually love this song. I don't even have a good reason why, I just love it. Oh, hello. So, you could surrender. I won't kill you. No? Okay. Cool.
Want a hand with that?
It's the first bash one we've done. Well, not counting the tutorial on bashing. Tell me that doesn't seem more Dragon Age 2-ish. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oops, wrong spot. Woo, power. I do need, like, what is it, 90 of that? Something like that. I need a lot. We have not yet put up the cheat flag, no.
Balefire.
I mean, we are cutting down the time of the game, which is technically improving the score of the game, but... Well, there's a reason I have that three-layer system, right? Possible, feasible, reasonable. I think we've left the point of reasonability. Wait, seriously? Seriously? You want me to do this? Come on. Imagine doing this without the run speed buff we have right now. Just picture it. Am I even going the right way? I am. Okay, good. Keep going. Keep going. No, don't get stuck in the rocks. Don't go through the rocks. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, that counted. That counted. We're good. We're here. We're here. Just keep her.
Harold, you return.
Gotcha. Wait, wrong person.
Another time.
Hang on. Sorry. You're not who I want. I want you.
Look. Already she makes herself known to the others. She knows she's meant to be here. Thank you, Lethalie. I will never be able to express my gratitude.
Harold, you return.
One of your clan wishes to join the Inquisition.
You may continue to wish. I will not let Lorna leave with you. Not when I'm uncertain of your intentions. Another time.
Bye. I'll go do your quest then. Yeah, herding cats. Kinda literally. Anybody else getting some very serious Assassin's Creed vibes from this kind of stuff? Assassin's Creed's probably the wrong way to phrase it. Ubisoft vibes. Just...
This is cheery.
Ubisoft vibes, right? There's a bunch of stuff on the map. You run around going and doing it. Most of it's of a style. And I should probably mention that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's very formulaic, but formulaic isn't bad. Formulaic is formulaic. Inventory is full. Cool. Now, having said that, I can think of several Ubisoft games where the Ubisoft formula is bad. I can think of a few where the formula is actually good. But, either way, running around putting down these little plonkers, filling out the rifts, talking to people, looting things. I don't know. You know. Looks like we've almost swept the western approach here. Can I warp here? Excellent. Jesus, finally, Brigwin. Yeah, exactly, Damashi. Yeah, they found a formula, and by God, they stuck with it.
Watch your step. We received a shipment of invisible nugs the other day.
Yeah, speaking of people who are too loud. That's a good point, Blitable. Now, while I'm here, I need to check something. Hang on. This is apparently the one right here. Staff of Corruption. Yep, time to hit Boja. No, I know what you meant, but that means I've been lied to. I was told that the Staff of Corruption was a weapon, not a weapon schematic. Which is irritating. Because that means I gotta drop 17,000 gold. And then I have to drop a whole lot more money than that in order to actually make the damn thing. Where was I? I was in the Exalted Plains, I think. Maybe. Yes, okay, yes. Well, my extremely inaccurate information told me that the Staff of Corruption can be easily acquired by purchasing it at the Black Emporium for 16,956 gold. You can also make Encore, apparently. With Flesh, Vustian Velvet, Stormheart, Great Bear Hide, Ice Dragon Bones, and Ice Dragon Hides. Some of which are finite resources that we cannot get more of.
Herald, you return.
I've destroyed the demons on your sacred ground.
You were successful. You've put an old man's heart at ease. Thank you. You have done us a great kindness. Now, let me share something else. There are strange glyphs inscribed in the stones of this place. Revealed only with Veilfire, although they are elven in origin. I cannot make out their purpose. Perhaps they will mean something to you another time.
They gain Dalish favor, which I have no idea what that means.
Thalin asked Valoran, where are you?
Who's Valoran?
My brother. He's been sullen for a while because the Keeper chose another as his apprentice. He thinks it's a slight, but it isn't. He just wasn't ready. Keeper Howen wants him to wait. Then he took off 3 nights ago on his own. I don't know what he was thinking. The Keeper sent hunters to search, but they never found a trace. Mathal's mercy. If anything's happened...
Yeah, apparently the Trespasser and the other one contain a lot of in-game stuff that obviously isn't really useful to us because we can't access that until we're there. Which I will not comment on the aggravation thereof. I am curious of something. It's a good question, Damashi. I do not know. Wow, we do not have a lot of gold. In fact, I think our other character has more gold than we do. Okay. That's all I needed to see there, apparently. Oh. Correct, yeah. The Tiragard sound, specifically. Here's an odd question. Why do you think players have collision with each other in this game? There's no real benefit for it, other than just getting in the way of each other. And you have to go out of your way to code it, like it doesn't come that way by default. I suppose realism is an answer. It's just an interesting thing. I imagine the real answer is because Dragon Age 1 and 2 also had collision. I don't know. I've only noticed it irritate me here, and I'm pretty sure I know exactly why. It's because of something that we've talked about a few trillion times at this point. You know what, Colgrim? I would buy that. In all honesty, Blade Chaval, I could see in a better engine that being like a really worthwhile thing to do. Hello? I know what you're thinking. It is worthwhile. Yeah, but like not. You know what I mean. Yeah, that's the other problem. When you have collision with your party members, then things get irritating when you're going through corridors. Which may be why I'm mostly noticing it here, and in the mire. We had some issues with it in the mire as well. Is this actually an invisible wall? Oh my god. Okay. You son of a submariner. Fantasy race that I would want to see most fleshed out culinarily. Other than my own, of course. beef soup. No, that's already in WoW. Of course turkeys live in Piercefall, darling. I mean, see, the thing is, we already have, whoops, a lot of fleshing out of Hobbit food, and Lord of the Rings food in general, right? I'm trying to think of something that we don't already have reasonably well fleshed out.
Looks like the part of a larger set.
Nerubians, Mr. Red. I know, I'm defaulting to Warcraft, but still, Nerubians. A game about exploration without any exploration. Yes, we are the Knight Enchanter. You can tell because of how fast we're running. To my knowledge, it was nerfed, yes. Which we are, of course, playing right now. The nerfed version, I mean. I'm almost sad it was nerfed. Almost. Yeah, it's still the best spec, it's just, you know, nerfed. Hey, 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 Colgrim. We here at the Lorewalkers are not in favor of the F word. Almost. We... Ah! noticed the looting animation's even faster when I do this. Did you catch that? No, the F word. Effort. You don't tolerate that kind of talk around here, mister. It's a shame we can't respec specs. I'd love to poke at Necro for a bit, but when we get a bit higher, I will absolutely do that, Lord Harriman. I was gonna say, I played an MMO that didn't get good until like the 60-hour mark. Guild Wars 2. And a lot of others, honestly. In fact, it's really, really, really rare an MMO actually has a legitimately good intro. I can think of...
Looks like all of them. We'll see what the researchers at Skyhold make of this.
One that at this point in time, and I have to phrase it that way, has a good intro. I'd love to give FF14 credit for having a good intro, but I'm not a good liar. Like, FF14 starts not terribly, and the initial starter zones are probably some of the better zones in ARR. And then you hit, like, level 15, which does not take very long. And then the game just kind of starts going... it just sort of starts this slide into... oh, what? I don't know. I played Black Desert Online when it came out, and I wasn't impressed with it. But it's entirely possible they've changed it up since then. Now, what's funny is, despite that, I still recommend to people play FF14. But it's just, you know, you need to walk in aware of what you're walking into. It's just how it is, right? I know there's the old joke, haha, game gets good after 50 hours, but no, really, FF14 gets good after 50 hours. That's how it is. You know what? I agree with that, actually. Guild Wars 1 had a good intro. Very solid on both axes. I forgot about that, because... wow. But you're right. I agree with that. Also, I would put WoW on that list. Oh. That what you will. Guild Wars 2 has what I would call a very misleading intro. Even now, I actually started a new character recently, I think I told you about that, to make my mechanist, or artificer, tinker, engineer, whatever it's called. Turret guy. And turret guy, I had to go through the intro again. I was like, just going through it is like, wow, this has nothing to do with what the next 50 hours of gameplay would be like if, you know, I was to not immediately burn the make my character level 80 button, which I had available too. It's a decent intro, it's just extraordinarily misleading. Also very short. Nah, I went with Char, I believe. Char are cool. I love the aesthetics of Char. It's actually my second Char character. The only character I have two of. Or the only race, excuse me, that I have two of. So, we have not done a current review of any Final Fantasy other than FF14, which is an MMO, and Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is a joke. Hey, random. How it be? I want to test something just for fun. Whee! Okay, we didn't die. Cool. What am I seeing, random? Other than the Paper Mario 2 remaster. Excuse me. Port.
Looks like Minrathous after Saturnalia. Just so you know, blood magic and brandy is a devastating mix.
Ooh. Sounds like the beginning of a story. Blood magic and brandy. But yes, I did see. You know what this means. What it also means is, whoops, didn't mean to do that, is, yeah, medicine and alcohol. Ah! It also means that I was freaking right. Again. Speaking of which, just random thing to chat about. How many of you noticed that several of those Switch releases were set for after March? That's the first pieces of evidence, ever, that I'm actually wrong about my theory about the Switch 2 and its release date. And I am more than willing to accept that I'm wrong. Because that's life. But I am curious if I am, in fact, wrong at this point. As a further addendum, if I am right, then what you're seeing is a lot more evidence that there's going to be backwards compatibility. We'll see. So not that I'm saying anything random, but is your team going to do the new one or the old one? They did not specify the Switch, Blade Cheval, which is why I say, we'll see. Final Fantasy Tactics is not a flawed masterpiece. No, Final Fantasy Tactics is a storybook game.
Sarah, what do you think of when I say demon?
Arrows.
Fine. Magister?
Arrows.
Not helpful, but given our history, I'll accept it. Thaumaturgy.
What?
Magical endeavors. Helpful wonders.
Oh. Arrows.
Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is legitimately a great story, with some good gameplay ideas. But that's a storybook game. That's a game better watched than played, my opinion. I am kind of not looking forward to replaying it for review.
You see my brother out there. Tell him to return to camp.
Anyways, your brother's dead.
I'm sorry, but I found your brother.
What? What do you mean, sorry? Where is he? No, he's not.
I have his belongings.
Is this all that's left? Did you learn nothing else?
Teenagers are stupid.
He was brave, trying to reclaim a relic of the Dalish.
I know. I always knew he was brave and clever. Didn't have to prove himself. The clan loves him. Howen loves him. I wish he'd understood that. Thank you for bringing me the news. It's better than not knowing.
I found this talisman. I think your brother was looking for it. You should have it.
Lindarani's talisman. It exists? Her sword, Evanura, was taken by Shems. But in the story, her talisman was saved and hidden. This means so much to my people. Thank you.
You're welcome. Such as it is.
Greetings to you.
You seem troubled.
It's nothing. Just our stores. With the Shem War and the demons, replenishing them has been difficult. For one, we're almost out of herbs, and we lack materials to repair the Aravals. I don't even remember. There's so much we're missing. It's all written in my ledger.
First game... Oh, hold on. First of all, hi, Evo. Second of all, this music right here, can you at least tell me which expansion it comes from? Because each expansion has had a slightly different composer team and a different sound font, so they all sound differently. No, Eva. Nor will we today in an entire, even with the mod we're running. Warlord's Nagrand is a good guess, but I'm afraid you're quite slightly inaccurate. It is actually the BC Nagrand, and they are different songs. If you play them alongside each other, you'll hear it. But the Nagrand one is a remix of this one, so yeah, I don't think I ever did this map the last time I played this game in Damashi. Okay, for real. Thank you. Yeah, this is all new to me. Okay, so we want to go that way. Through the maze.
I hate waiting to die. Tired of waiting around this.
I don't think they knew. Why?
Even the NPCs hate being here. Where are we at? Oh, nope.
Have a look around, right?
What do you think, Blade Javal? No offense, but you tend to be more positively inclined towards this game than I am. How do you think this zone tracks against the hinterlands? Because we've kind of established precedence with the hinterlands. Not counting the intro thing, the hinterlands is 4 negatives total. The intro thing is kind of its own thing, which is why I discount that. Oops. See, that's kind of what I was thinking, too. I wasn't as irritated... I haven't been as irritated doing this zone. But I think it's because the quests themselves are just nowhere near as bad. But getting around from point A to point B is noticeably more irritating here. There's the obvious crap with the trenches, but you saw all the issues I was having down in the Southern River, too, right? Like, just going to the spot I was trying to get to was irritating. Yeah, what's funny is, I haven't seen the misleading map markers thing, really, since we left the hinterlands, with one notable exception. There's a bug I've noticed, which I'm going to assume is a bug until I'm told that I'm wrong about this in about 5 seconds. Where, after I've completed a quest, the exclamation mark never goes away. You see those two things right there? Those are the pyres we knocked over. If you mouse over it, there's nothing there. So, they're just, those exclamation marks are just there. Forevermore. Hang on, where's hinterlands? No, it wasn't hinterlands, sorry, it was actually... Here we go. Nope, this still isn't right. This is where we are. God damn it, no, give me... Come on, game. There you go. You see those exclamation marks on the beacons? Those have just been there since forever, because we did those quests. That's neat. Yeah, it's probably telling that this is the zone where I finally pulled the trigger on this movement speed mod. Well, the only mods we had access to prior to this were the War Table one and the No Spiders one. Now, I'm not saying those aren't responsible, but if those mods cause those exclamation marks to not go away, something's wrong somewhere. Excuse me. I mean, I don't think it would be better, Mr. Floyd, but I do think that would make it a lot more palatable. I mean, how many, open world games tend to not have co-op. And it's a shame because every time they do, it usually tends to be kind of awesome. In my experience.
Inquisition soldiers can clear this passage.
Well, let's kill the rage demon that's right in front of him. Yeah, the Venatori are just like, do you see how pretty those trees are? They're so pretty. I love these trees. Yeah. There's a guy killing us with a lightsaber that's on fire.
The demons are coming from down there.
Okay, that was not what I was expecting to hear. That startled the hell out of me. I mean, there is some... Yeah, this song with the movement speed mod.
Aim for the eye.
Wait, what? Game? Oh, okay. So, there's about to be a very loud sound, so I'm going to be talking over this, or not? Okay. Well, never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. I mean, yeah, TSB, I would agree with that. It's a shame, too, because it's so clear, like... Well, I shouldn't say it that way. There's a question mark here that I don't have an answer to. Either this game was way overambitious for how extraordinarily not backed and limited it was, or the developers actually realized how screwed they were and decided to deliberately go with quantity over quality. Because what else are they going to do? They have to push out a 60-hour RPG, right? Or both. Yeah, actually, that's very true. They might have started out ambitious, and then realized how screwed they were, and then settled for quantity over quality, because what else are they going to do? Like, I have studied this game quite a bit behind the scenes, but there's still a lot of question marks and holes in it. Probably because a lot of the people who worked on this game are most likely still under NDAs to not talk about it. It's true, Damashi. That is true.
What's your women like?
The Demastrans. Terrifying and inspiring. They teach you everything you need to know. Give your life purpose.
No, I mean, are they like you? Big and whoa.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Wow.
I was going to say, what I'm going to find funny is most NDAs are 10 years. If we find out a whole lot more about the construction of this game, like, next year, after I'm never going to cover it again, I'm going to be vaguely irritated. God damn it, come on. Yep, we're gonna have to replay the— Ah! No, it's okay. We'll turbo cheat next time. Just absolutely turbo cheat. Yeah, we have 7 billion power. We move fast. We attack fast. We can kill everything with a thought. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm gonna go ahead and make some noise here because this is gonna be very loud, so I'm gonna talk over it to minimize the sound. There we go, okay. Cool. Yeah, let's sweep the hinterlands in 5 minutes. Oh yeah, speaking of Star Wars music. That's true, TSP. Although I don't think that would, like, change the review, but it's still interesting. I mean, I talked about that during my very first stream when I was talking about the behind-the-scenes Damashi. This game's failure... Excuse me. This game's success was not what anybody wanted, and it led directly to everything wrong with the upcoming games, including Andromeda and Anthem. And, frankly, Dragon Age 4. Yeah, this also had an impact on Tor. Which is funny, because Tor itself had an impact in the other way, too. It's one of those weird questions. I know not a lot of people would agree with me on this, but I'm glad we got Tor. I have experienced it many times. I've done a lore run of it, I've done a review on it, and I've played through the whole game, like, 16 times or whatever it is. So I'm grateful that we got Tor. But I know I'm probably one of the only people who thinks that way. I think most people would rather Tor never existed. Because, goddamn, Tor has caused so many issues for about a decade across BioWare. At least 2, TSB. We know for total certainty there's at least 2 restarts. There's good evidence that it's probably more than 2 restarts. So, that's cool. Yeah, Tor has Jedi Knight, which is one of the worst games I've ever reviewed, technically speaking. And Trooper, which I was also not particularly fond of. It also has Sith Warrior, and Sith Inquisitor, and Agent. Hell, I think even Bounty Hunter and Smuggler were still net positive. Yeah, I remember Consular surprised me when we went through it. Oh god, that's right, Dragon Age 4 is also on Frostbite. Great. That's a good thing. It's a thing that I wanted to be a thing. Well, I would have your back if I could ever reach the enemies trying to kill you. Exactly, Blade. There's a reason Star Trek Online scored better than Tor, I think. Actually, hang on. Let me track that sentence before I say it.
Aim for the eyes.
Okay, yeah, I'm right. There's a reason Star Trek Online scored better than Tor. Because Tor's highs are way better than STO's highs. But Tor's lows are way worse. Even the Sister of Takuvma is one particularly terrible thing. Think about how much crap there is in Tor. Hi, Mihawk. Hi, Sierra. Hello?
That was a brilliant show, Inquisitor. My men had barely been keeping the Horde at bay. Bastien Prou, Marshal of the Grand Duke's forces here in the Dales.
Why have you barricaded yourselves in here?
We had to retreat from the Western Front. The demons and undead were too much. But it's no better here. My patrols don't return, messages are lost. I've had no word from the capital in weeks. If we could regain our outposts, the ramparts, or even the garrison by the river, we can't just keep hiding. I want to die like a soldier, not cowering under a bed, praying the monsters don't get me.
So I did that.
I've cleared out the dead from the western ramparts.
You did? Maker's breath. There's hope for us, if the ramparts have been reclaimed. I'd alert our forces stationed outside the Dales, but the chaos makes it difficult for missives to get through. Demons, and those blasted freemen, or whatever they call themselves.
I've heard something of the free men of the Dales. What do you know about them?
They're a mob of traitors, too soft for war. Thought it was a skirmish or two's and back for supper. Turns out it wasn't, and off they run to the first person to tell them their tantrums are acceptable. Now they want independence, to establish a new settlement. Ridiculous.
I shall take my leave.
Be well.
It doesn't bother me, Damashi, but I also don't think it's a good thing. It reminds me of the same general problem I had in Skyrim. But the problem I had with Skyrim is also the same problem that Origins had, and 2. So, it's kind of a shrug.
Have you seen any of our fallen men out there?
Have many of you fallen?
What you see is all that's left. We were 1,000 strong once. The worst part is not knowing what happened to the men who don't come back. Deserters? Or dead? If they're dead, we've nothing to tell their families. Nothing to send home.
Good luck to you.
Having said all that, I am reminded very strongly of Guild... Oh my god. Look at all those markers on the map! I'm reminded very strongly of the Guild Wars 2 vanilla cutscenes, which it took me a long time to understand why I hated them. Because on the face of it, they're just cutscenes. There's nothing really particularly wrong or good or bad or anything about them, but no, they're crap. they're total freaking crap. Yeah, vanilla cutscenes were skippable. That's the best way to put it. There's a whole lot of empty text, and nothing's happening to really convey anything. It's not like BioWare has ever been, you know, like the greatest at when it comes to conversational stuff in terms of animation. But think about cutscenes in, well, hell, even in KOTOR, for God's sakes, where the characters would, you know, and it was just a tiny little touch, but it added a little bit of something extra into the longer scenes to make them seem less aggravating. And in Guild Wars 2, what you have is something more like this. I physically cannot back up enough so you can see me. Hang on, let me share it here. So you got someone standing here, right? You can't see my face anyways, whatever. And they're just like... So I was going to talk about this thing. Honestly, this thing that I'm talking about, it's very worth talking about. Now, in order to move on to Agenda 2 on the list, which is talking about the thing that I'm talking about, we really need to constantly try and re-emphasize this point. It's very important. We don't have the troops necessary to back up the talking point that we're talking about, then we can't talk about the talking point we want to talk about with the talking point. So, and they just kind of do this kind of meandering, roaming back and forth thing. Hell, even what I was doing with my hand is probably a little bit more than what they do in Guild Wars 2, right? Anyways, it is well into my lunch break. I'm going to grab a bite to eat. And then I'm going to talk about how I'm going to go ahead and get a bite to eat while I'm going